us get into a recap from our last session. Who would like to volunteer? I
Yeah,
didn't say that distinctly differently with the intention to allude that you would not be receiving inspiration.
we
That rule still
had
applies.
a bit of a we had a bit of a porch collapse um of the whole situation.
The
Basic
situation being the city.
Yeah, we essentially spent the time either setting up the ritual or investigating a few things. We found the wall of control skeletons that became a wall of things to throw a chair at and then shoot at. But for a brief time, maybe Inks was potentially in control of the city. Certainly was in control of
Mm,
the loudspeaking system
for
for
sure.
the city, and that's fun.
I was their god.
Yeah, Inks got eaten again pretty shortly thereafter as sort of a regression to the mean.
As gods do.
From God to eaten by a tentacle boar head on a wall.
Certainly not the first god to have it done to. Doesn't diminish my god.
Uh, Behind that, we found, I believe, I think it was a dagger and something, but I think we fed the dagger to the ritual because that was what really started everything. Was a frantic, everybody's got to
Olvia
pitch
still
in
has the
here.
dagger.
Oh, right, because the dagger does something, and it's fine if I don't remember what it is, because I think Olvia squirreled it.
The Death Moon orb did get chewed up
Yeah, we had to.
Oh,
to save the teapot.
also,
Yep.
the first thing that happened was we killed a vampire. Just reminding.
True.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. We
that was
It's
yeah.
understandable why you'd forget since it's
it was like the
happened
force wall
pretty
came
fairly.
down,
Yeah, I
It
was
was
gonna say it was
beatdown.
damage
fairly
happened, the
fairly
vampire was no
brutal.
longer there.
Yep.
I think she did get a round, which
Mhm.
she may not have if things had happened a little bit better, but
She tried to
still
cast
pretty.
something. She tried to cast Blade of Disaster, I believe,
Oh
and
yeah,
That
Yeah.
is right.
Olvia shut it
yeah.
Oh,
down.
and it
Yeah.
got counterspelled.
Yep.
Yeah, precisely, if I
So
recall as well. A 19 to beat a 9th level spell.
investigated
Ooh.
the upstairs rooms, cut a table in half, and had a really good time doing it. Um, Then we completed the ritual. We were kind of waiting to see if the kobolds could get to us in time, and they did not. However, we do know that, like, basically the whole city got kind of pancaked, or the top and the sort of smashed together. Like, whatever the orientation was, we know we went, I think, sideways. Right?
Mhm.
It's implying potentially on sides. Hey, everything has collapsed back down. And we noted that uh, the dragon got back up and went further into a cavern, I believe.
Flew off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Meraxes, Meraxes.
Meraxes.
Yeah,
we could see like the like engine, quote unquote, like crystallized stuff that
Mhm.
sticks up into the desert, and I think he went up that way, right?
Oh, also, Mel communicated with the
Hmm.
Mythalar,
Oh yeah.
basically, with the like gestalt soul matter that was a million things fucking screaming. But
Yeah.
after all of that, we had a really bad tumble where we were in real trouble. But we lived, uh, mostly. We got a little buried, but again, we luckily we have some people who have mapping capabilities. And the thing we ended on was, well, two things. One, I rolled a nat one to resist completing a teleportation circle that took us to somewhere.
Which is
And then
awesome.
when we did that, then we saw a cutscene essentially of Zira in the Citadel. What is it's the Citadel of
The Fortress of Memories? I
Fortress.
believe?
Oh, I was gonna say Citadel of Memories, but yeah, it's the Fortress of Memories.
Mhm.
Having been there a long time, but slowly getting correspondence from I
Someone.
I know what the name is. It was given to us. I just can't remember off the dome.
I can give
Uh,
it to you since you have the context if you'd like.
Yeah.
And once again, to reaffirm the pronunciation, it's
Uh-huh.
Shareya.
Yeah.
Shareya. Yeah, Shareya. Yeah, that's right. I have to look at it every time too. There's a lot of vowels.
Mhm.
But
um,
was given miss for we don't really know how long, but the last of the last resolution for that of the choice was made by Vi was yes, I am interested in getting out of here. Basically, I know the question was asked. Am I going in and out?
You were. You're
Yeah,
better now.
you are.
Okay.
yeah, that is.
Might just not be clicking it enough.
Yeah, you're good now. We can hear you good.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um,
Speaking of, does Zira have context for that name, Sharia? Like, has she heard about that, or is that just like a new name to her? She doesn't really know who this is.
that would be an entirely new name to her. Yes.
Okay, awesome. I
Yep.
was under that impression, and glad I was right. Sick.
Yeah. Okay, let's see then. All right. So, all of you have found yourselves within the vortex, as the rubble of Ulorith is being taken out from under you. Uh, the blinking moments of time between your passage from Ulorith and its ruins to wherever you are going. Um, we're gonna have a few of these happen every once in a while, um, but Torek, um, as you are within this blink, right? You are once again hearing the scratching footsteps of a clawed animal. It sounds like in pursuit. Um, and as you hear those footfalls and the panting once again, sort of rising in volume, it sort of pulled away from you in this sort of shroud. It feels dampened almost intentionally, a literal like over the ears muffling that swallows the sound entirely, um, as the teleportation finishes. And each of you find yourself breaching the surface of water cold around you and are soaked head to toe and feeling a sudden need to gasp for air. And for the first time in a few days, the literal sense of gravity really pulling on your whole bodies. All of you have not only endured the fall of the city and have sort of been walking your mangled forms through that pain, but now as you're trying to move through water, it feels even worse. But that lasts only as long as you feel as if you cannot breathe. Um, as you find your hands reaching the stone sides of a round tub and can pull each of yourselves out of there, stepping out of a clear, small pool of water onto the edges of a smooth, circular stone bath from which blue light sparkles across the ceiling in the darkened space you have entered. You feel as if you are within a private bathroom with plush, heavy curtains hanging from the three sides of the three sides around you that are not against the wall. And you hear murmuring coming from outside the curtain. You have a brief moment here to collect yourselves and thoughts.
Fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Did I finish the circle?
Mel like fully hefts herself out in her heavy armor and just rolls onto the floor and is laying face down, not responding to you.
It's so loud that no one can hear what Haza has to say.
It's just sloshing around.
I'm immediately like hemming and hawing, like prestidigitation to dry off Mel on the floor. I'm sorry. I don't. Is this?
Captain
I-
Hazelin?
What? Wait. Yeah.
The curtain opens and the specific and very recognizable, like sharp-featured pixie that you had met before, pokes their head through and says, "Good morning, Captain," and drifts into the
Oh.
air into what appears to be at attention.
Hey. How are you?
Um, I am very good. I see that you managed to make it in all right. I'm glad to see that you are all, at least in physical, well,
Her eyes fall on Torik's mangled body.
He's not well.
She kind of turns her sight right back to you and says,
per protocol, it will be still required that you report when you have a moment. But it would be, I think, indecent given the state that some of you may be in to present that report at this time. But we can help you get comfortable and relax, maybe throw some parts back if needs be. I can help get that arranged.
Uh,
All right.
Mako,
I'm gonna
where are
I'm gonna
we?
I'm gonna clear the floor. You permission to answer any questions that they have about this.
Okay. Um, when you say any, how private of
Fuck.
information am I allowed to provide?
I mean, look, I trust them, so whatever I am allowed to share.
she salutes you.
I mean, I assume there's stuff I don't know I'm not allowed to fucking uh I salute back like as an afterthought and
He
just
salutes
sort of
again.
step to the side. Is this my room? I'm trying to
Oh,
lean
no,
in here.
no, Captain. This is the
And the space you're in is very small. And she says, "This is just arrival chambers. We can take you to your own quarters if you would like."
I mean, this is pretty nice. Like there's a there's a
Is
bathtub.
is where one of the questions you're permitted to answer? What happened?
What happened? Hazelin is
This
given a script to return to the teleportation platforms of Astrazalian at any time she may need to. It is one of her privileges as one of the Honor Guard.
So this isn't the Baxium Tower.
Would be correct.
Yeah, it got away from me, I think.
Oof.
Was I called here? It felt like I was called here.
If you are here, it must be that you have something you must report.
Okay. All right. Okay. First things first. Um, can we be taken to all of us to my chambers so that we can have a moment to ourselves?
We will bring you to the respite.
She'll take you beyond the curtain she has come through, and you can see that the room itself is a antechamber with several curtained sections, around some which there are like designate attendants. You can see that some of these attendants are, while varyingly fey or potentially humanoid, all of them, or a few of them, seem to be wearing different colors and patterns. But she takes you from this antechamber out into a palace passage. Here you can see the one wall of this passage is the building itself, but the opposite side is certainly that of the outlook onto a city. You can see a stretch of ocean that is glittering and pale in bright, watery morning sunlight. And you can see below the palisade there is a substantial town that, even in early hours, appears to be fairly high trafficked. And there is a good amount of ships coming into harbor at this time. Um, the little pixie takes you along this passage, um, and to a wing of the palace that you can tell is pretty well dedicated to and amenities. She indicates the resting chamber that is dedicated to special honor guests such as yourself, and it has cabining for three, but enough space and comfortable items for all of you to make use of. I also have very specific things that you guys can do while you are here that are intended to help you recuperate and recover. I will put them into chat in just a second.
I'm gonna request Nettle bring some cots.
She will
Like
ensure that
3
cots are
cots?
brought in.
Maybe also 4, but like if you could get a big circular one because we have a weasel.
And Athena speaks quietly with
Yeah.
Nettle the Pixie. And as you are within these chambers and Nettle is organizing a few attendants to actually accommodate these things, very, very, very shortly before any of your requests are handled, some very impressive looking, very fit and stoic Eladrin sort of just appear and escort Athena to more expensive
Mhm.
rooms.
Bye, Athena. It was lovely meeting you.
I hope we'll see each other later.
She wiggles her fingers.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's at least 2 of us that still have boons. Not me, of course.
Right here.
She'll wave her fingers and over her shoulder as she's taken away. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to start typing. So as you are within this stone room, you have fresh water provided to you. There is, like I said, there's beds, and then there are actually very utilitarian, like functional cots that aren't particularly comfortable but absolutely useful, that are brought in and sort of haphazardly arranged for all of you to
Perfect.
make use of as you'd like. While I'm typing, I'll let you guys converse.
Mhm.
So you seem to know where we are.
Nope,
What the
not even a
fuck is-
little.
They said Astrazalion.
Yeah, no,
that,
we're in the
does that ring
Feywild
a
for
bell?
sure. We're in the city that my patron is from or ruler of. I don't know why we're here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just leaning in.
Mez lets out a slew of curses and inferno.
Yeah, well, it isn't a bad thing so far.
So far.
Yeah, and I can ripcord us out. Just I need a minute if this goes bad. If it goes bad, it'll go really bad for me, but for everybody else, I can at least probably get you out of here. But we're
Ugh.
safe. We do need to go get Torque's stuff. Maybe we can make like a afternoon of that.
I've been without it this long. No big deal.
But it's your stuff,
Yep.
so we can get it probably. If I'm permitted to leave, might not be permitted. Mm. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for me? I don't know that I'll be able to answer them, but it feels like an appropriate time for anybody to swear
What
at me or.
what are you? Like what do you do for
Oh,
a profession?
me?
Yes, you. What the fuck
I
is this?
I am well, I am a fae, I guess, factually.
Right?
What I do as a profession is, I guess, be a hero, but that's not really a profession.
It absolutely is.
Well, sorry. Yeah, I forgot who I was talking to.
You're a
Uh,
soldier though for
technically, I'm a
something.
lieutenant. Technically.
Yes. An
Well,
officer, no less.
I was given a platoon.
Mhm.
Nettle is technically the leader, but that was Nettle, leader of the platoon.
Mel is just pinching her breath.
This isn't entirely news to the other. Well, I point to Torque, and I think it was Torque and Inks who saw me during the water puddle outside of
Right.
yeah. At that time, it didn't come up in full.
Yes, and so that means you have a commander, right? If I'm to understand
I'm
this
presuming
sort of structure.
my commander might be well, the sword I have was commissioned by, I think,
Ebony.
commissioned by I don't want to. It feels improper to say the name of certain people here, considering like fairy tale s- fairy tale fairy tale stuff.
What?
What?
Are you okay? Fine. The sword was commissioned by she like tenses up. Titania, I think.
Tanya.
Yeah,
Okay, good. So
right.
the
And
sword is
then,
sentient?
well, yeah, I've told you that.
Right.
And then,
I suppose so. You never really.
and I was given it by Chandria of Astrazalian. Sort of gesture widely, which I have mentioned before. I know
Fuck.
it was
Yeah.
abstract before. Now it's kind of real.
Well, mostly because you didn't mention that it was their place in the gods.
Well, I mentioned it. I just didn't.
I have never wanted to be in the Underdark more than this
Mm.
moment right now.
Really? It seems. I don't know. I'm pretty freaked out
Mel
because
looks down to Torg.
I have responsibilities that I don't know what they are. So I think I'm in trouble. But I think you all are probably guests. So
Why would you be in trouble?
Why would
You
you
have
be in
done
trouble?
an incredible. We fucking did it, guys. Like,
well, I just assume I'm in trouble because I've been called to a leader and I don't know why and I don't know what I'm supposed to report. And
Well,
I
is
just
this the
assume.
first time?
Probably
Yes.
everything we just did.
Then how do you know that you're. Have people just been telling you what you
No.
are and you said yes?
Well, I've had very little instruction on anything. I've only talked to Nettle once through a puddle of water, and that was just her making me aware that the the that I have a platoon. And I
It's.
also have known what the sword was kind of for, but not really for.
And you didn't think to ask since when did I have a platoon?
Well, I did, but I I I think it was commissioned to me when I got the sword. maybe later. A lot has happened, okay? That wasn't even the weirdest thing that happened that week.
Mhm.
The house had just got done trying to eat us.
Right. Right.
And there was a whole sword that we were worried really a lot about. We were trying to figure out how to sneak into a city, okay? And I was thinking about that. This seemed like
Yeah.
a later problem, and later is
Okay.
now.
I'm not sure later is now because I'm sure I'm still not sure exactly what you're thinking your problem is. All I really want to know is why did we end up here? I thought you were trying to take us somewhere else. Did you do the rune wrong, or did someone hijack you?
Or did you
That
do it on purpose?
I didn't do it on
I don't think it was
purpose.
on purpose. Because if it was,
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't think Hazel would be freaking out like this right
I
now.
think I just I don't know if I was it feels like I was maybe compelled.
Hey, hey,
Or
Haza.
maybe rescued?
Uh-huh.
I want to go back to something you said sort of at the beginning of this whole big rant.
Yeah.
What? Take a big deep breath for me. Just inhale
Can I have some tea?
and exhale. Yeah, absolutely. Here's let
Yeah.
pour you a cup of tea. No one here wants to swear at you, Haza. You did
Okay.
good.
Well,
Well,
I
we're all
didn't take us
alive.
to where I said we were gonna go, and I am feeling a little out of control. Can
Hey, sometimes things happen,
I have a second
but
cup of tea?
sure.
mhm.
I just, Elvis just keeps pouring tea.
Just throws another back third.
Um, yeah,
You're gonna
look.
burn yourself.
We were in a real bad place in a real bad way, and you got us out of there. Maybe
Okay.
it's not exactly where we wanted to go, and maybe we're a little wetter than we wanted to be on our arrival. But hey, but look, we're
Is everyone okay? Is
everybody's
everyone
here. Everybody's aware enough to be concerned about where we are. Right? So just take it easy. You'll be fine.
okay? Like Aheza takes a breath and like it's clear like the entire diaphragm has just been like gradually spooled up into tension. She almost like fucking slumps. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Nettle? Including you, Torque, if you want to try to, use this for information.
I don't really have any questions. I'm just sort of writing it out right now. None of us
Okay.
know exactly what's going on. I think it's best we all just relax. Let ourselves figure out what's happening, you know?
Yep.
Take it easy.
I'm gonna
You
lay
know,
down on my cot for about 10 minutes with my eyes closed, and then I'll be ready to go.
I like where your head's at, Torque. You know what you just earned yourself? Elvis hands him a cup of tea.
Hazel lays down on the cot with armor still on. Just closes her eyes.
So is it downtime time?
It is downtown. Downtime. Yes.
Downtown
Downtime.
time.
Downtown. Honestly, that was part of it. You guys have the opportunity while you are here and while you are recovering. Like I said, you're going to get effectively a day and long rest. Um, and you can actually eke in as many days here as you kind of want to before Haza has to report in some fashion. But before you can leave, Haza, you will have to report in some fashion.
Yeah, actually, that does raise the one question that Torek will ask of whoever walks through the door next, which
Okay.
is, hey, by Farunian reckoning, what day is it? What is the
Ah,
Nettle.
date?
Actually, as someone who comes in lets you know, they kind of say that they are keeping track of the Faerun calendar as they are currently in Faerun. Um, and let's see, and that means you all are in Faerun. And
What the
I
fuck is
did
this place then?
write it down, and I need to find out where I put it. I believe I was keeping track of it. I have it written down somewhere. But you are just a couple of days off, as you are about to find out in your own reckoning.
Okay.
Uh,
I, Ted, need to know for the start of my journal.
yes, I've got to find it. Sorry. Date of arrival.
He's got some
Myrtle
things
6.
to write down.
6.
Myrtle 6.
Okay.
Yep.
So we lost 3 days in there. So that's a thing.
It was way more than that, right?
No, we lost 3 days. As in,
Oh.
by my notes and our rest, like our sleep schedule, air quotes. We it should be the 3rd of Myrtle, but it's apparently the 6th, so we lost 3 days. Not bad. I mean, that's 72 hours for all kinds of weird shit to happen, but at least we know we're not coming back in, like, you know, the
next
Yeah.
century, right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
More importantly, like, we knew that there was a war brewing, so, like, we
Yeah.
didn't lose too much. We're not going to come back and, like, Luskan is a crater and Waterdeep is now actually living up to its name and entirely
Yeah,
sunken
a
under.
watery crater.
The second half of Waterdeep falls into the ocean.
Yeah,
Good riddance.
Well, everyone, we have amenities.
Yeah, also, don't hold your breath, Torek. Luskin might be a traitor. We don't know. We haven't seen it yet.
Okay, first question. What kind of urgency is everybody feeling? Because I think I'm gonna report fairly fast, but that doesn't mean we can't luxuriate a little.
I got one thing I need to do. It's going to
Uh-huh.
take me about 10 minutes.
What would that be?
Gotta get Pakareva back here.
Yeah, we got the weasel.
If she'll
bed.
answer. I doubt she will. I would definitely not blame her if she doesn't.
Tell her I said we got a weasel bed for her.
I'm not going to say that. That's very weird.
Okay.
There is a big round pet bed that has been brought in, though.
Yeah. Like a
That
big
is
fucking
insulting. She is
beanbag.
intelligent. She is at least as smart as some people here.
It's very much a big animal's bed.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's nice.
Look,
very pointed.
it's a bed that fit the creature. Is all we saying. That's all. That's all it is.
Weasels do a curl. Known to do a
Yeah.
curl.
Also, if you guys feel like it, you can let her sleep on the actual bed.
That's
Yeah. I mean,
Absolutely not.
I'm taking a
Like,
cot.
listen.
I assume Ulvius is gonna get one bed for himself.
What are you talking about? Ulvius is curled up in the middle of the pet bed.
Which
That's even
upon
better.
upon her arrival, Pekareva does a pretty standard small scamper around Torek and then goes to lay on top of Ulvius.
Well, yeah, they got a bond.
Yeah. Okay. I recognize all of the characters are kind of going through a lot, which is why there's some time built in. But if there's anything that if there is a goal anyone would like to achieve in small amount of resting time in the immediate, or if you want to check out any of these amenities, what are we thinking?
Godric wants a bath and some food, and then a bath and some food. He's ready to luxuriate.
Yeah, the full Greek experience. The just bathhouse, fight, food.
That's it. He's making use of the amenities
Okay.
and encouraging friends to come along.
Okay. We'll take you down that route, depending on who's going with you.
I will
I'm tempted to go, not for what you're thinking.
Aw.
I know, for once.
What are
but
we
I'm kind
thinking,
of-
Doug?
What are we thinking, Doug? If you're so clairvoyant.
I'm considering going alone. How stupid would that be?
This looks like a fairly populated city. When you got a little look over the parapets, you were almost struck by how homey it felt.
Yeah, I would like to use my street smarts to
Yeah.
find little passages along the city and just do sightseeing.
Okay, all right. I will bring you there as well. I'm gonna jot down ideas so we can kind of set people up in groups if we can, if that's okay. Ink wants to go alone.
I'm definitely hitting the bathhouse with Godric.
Okay. Okay.
Also, because I need to get my shit right before I go report to boss. It's when he needs to, I don't know, put like good smelling oil on me. What do rich people do?
Anyone else want to go to the bathhouse first? Okay. Olvius, is there anything you'd like to do once you wrestle out from under Pakrava?
Yeah, I think Ulvius is worried about, particularly after arriving from the teleport in water. He's concerned about these spell scrolls, so he's gonna spend some time copying or embroidering a handkerchief with one of these scrolls so he can add it to his spell.
Gotcha.
I'll
Okay.
figure out which one at some point.
No problem. And naturally, all of those things are not ruined by the teleportation. That would be so rude
Yeah.
of me.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mel, anything you're thinking of?
Hmm. I think she's just gonna go to a tavern.
All right. Okay. Toric,
I will
anything?
tag along.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. All right. As everyone filters out and begins their various little trips around, the occasional attendant does kind of pass through or around the room, Ulvius. At one point, you are brought a tea set, and you are notified that they are hosting tea in the garden if you would like company. But they leave you to your studies if you so choose. Let's see.
Yeah, sure. I'll take a break at whatever time that is and go see what tea looks like in these parts.
Okay. Yeah. All right, we'll start with Godric and Haza. This one is fairly simple. Attendants take you to the bathing house of the palace itself. It reminds you very much of the room that you teleported into, except that instead of small tubs, it is very large tubs where there is some company, including you notice dryads, particularly what's the word? Willowy Fierbolgs. You also see some satyrs as well. Plenty of servants, but mostly people who are here that you can see. Nearly every single one of them has like bears battle scars, or is particularly combat oriented in their physicality. Um, uh, the benefit that the two of you receive from doing this here, coming here, is you immediately receive a short rest. Um, uh, for whatever spells or HP that would have restored, but I forgot we kind of fumbled through that earlier. You also have a chance while here to socialize with any of the soldiers. So if there's anything that either of you, I guess the two of you would be the most interested, if there's anything you wish to inquire about, these people have answers for you.
Yeah,
And this, yeah. Go.
I guess I would ask like so I know roughly where we are. It is a different thing to ask one of the soldiers where we are and what this is.
Okay. you worried?
Slightly.
I suppose you have the opportunity to peer pressure Godric to ask questions for you.
Uh, no, I got it. I will like find a like probably the one that has like the most battle scars, like looks the most fucked up, and just sidle up, be like, "Hey,
That
you."
is the one Godric is talking to currently.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Godric. Do you mind if I guess, butt in to ask some questions of what seems to be one of the, most battle hardened of anybody here?
This dryad's head lightly bows in respect to you, Haza.
Yeah, I'll bow my head back. What? What? Where are we? I guess. I mean, I know we are currently in Astruzalian, I believe. But what is this?
There's a little bit of confusion, but the answer that they are able to provide, which I think is the answer you're looking for after some stumbling through it, is that you are currently in the Palace of Astrozalian, which is the house of the Twilight Court. As such, it is amorphous. It belongs within the Feywild's half of the year, and the warm season, the warm seasons through summer and spring, it resides in the middle of the ocean on an island in the material plane.
And are we in that season now?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
You are coming towards the end of the summer. Actually,
Mhm.
you are about a month away ish.
I guess also, why is it that only warriors are here?
Many of us are resting so that we can prepare for the fall and winter when we are at war.
Who are you at war with?
In our native plains of the Fae, our city lives on the border of the Feydark, and Fomorians are an incurring threat to the Seelie Fae. It is our responsibility to hold the line for them.
Okay, and so you get, kind of a 6-month vacation or so, and you go back to it for 6 months. That's not bad.
She kind of laughs when she says that precisely.
How long have you been in service?
Many of us are born into service.
And she sort of gestures to yourself.
I don't know that I was. Maybe I was born in service? I didn't think that I was, but I guess I wouldn't know.
If it was not your bloodline, it may have been blood forfeit by those who sired you.
Hmm.
It
Yeah.
is a choice to live in service, and doing so provides power. To choose to not is just to reject that offer.
With your permission, well, just out of respect, I'm going to call to my weapon and ask if you're familiar with its like.
She's going to look around the room and sort of very careful. Like you see that she is counting heads,
Mhm.
and then she says that you may be permitted, but to obviously be respectful.
Yes, that is why
There's
I
a lot of
am.
naked people hanging.
Uh-huh. I will keep it like I'm not brandishing it high. I'm keeping it
Mhm.
like just above water level as I materialize it into my hand, so
Alright.
that it's kind of shielded a little bit by my body.
Okay. Do you and do you present it to hand or just to look?
First to look, if only because it feels presumptuous to, you know, hand this stranger a weapon while they're trying to take a bath. We're
Yeah,
already
yeah, yeah,
pushing. I'm not gonna reach out and be like, now take it.
yeah. Okay. Please roll me an insight check. Okay.
Okay. Not bad for me.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. You're pretty bad at those, actually.
Yeah,
Hazelin is
generally,
bad at these.
I'm quite bad at them. Yes.
The sword within your hand, as it is held, immediately reflects, as you can see, recognition within the eyes of this soldier, uh, who says, um, who says, "That is a mark of the Twilight Guard, a highly respected, revered, and personally chosen position." And she formally bows her head to you.
Yeah, Godric catches the full on like 404 in Haza's eyes as she just blinks. I actually, you know what? No, I don't. I will like incline my head in respect. I think you see Haza start to bow reflexively back and be like, wait. No, just nod the head. That I will leave you to your conversation with my companion here. Thank you for answering my questions.
My honor, Captain.
Oh,
So, y'all ever find do y'all ever have enemies on this side of the plane jump that you have to stand against? I mean, or is it just vacation?
Ordinarily, this is most appropriately the time where our people and the Fae who wish to trade with the outer world have the opportunity to do so. I cannot deny this is still work, though less dangerous.
yeah, at this point, Godric, you see Haza is like with eyes just above water level, slowly floating away. Like,
I think Godric would want to like swap stories and um, get an idea of kind of like not really like looking for critical information, but just trying to
Mhm.
get to know this guy or this person's. Uh, Tell me more about the kind of battles you see and the great enemies you fought, and just that kind of
Sure.
story swapping.
Yeah. One thing that you pick up that might be valuable or interesting at some point uh, is that you find that most of the people here are effectively they're giant slayers. And so many of these people have specific tactics that are oriented around taking down very large creatures and then cutting them up into small pieces at that point, or complicated magics that are designed to literally combat them on their own level. Um, so you do learn a little bit more of a type of combat that you are not accustomed to, I suppose.
Sweet.
All right. Haza, is there anything else you wish to do or any other questions you'd like to pursue?
nope. That was as presumptuous as I will get, and Haza now is in the like locked in her head, trying to process.
All right. Mel and Toric, kind of looking to go blow off some steam. The two of you are not given second thoughts as you effectively leave the palace itself and walk into the city proper. Inks, you also get yourself out in this way as well, albeit more stealthily and more assured that you are not being seen, but you don't know how accurate you may be about that.
Mhm.
The two, Mel and Torek, um, see a street side that is full market, and full market to an extravagant degree. You are seeing traders of very expensive materials, as ores, as textiles, as crafted materials, non-magical and magical alike, um, uh, and also a lot of stock trade. You see that like livestock and product like flour being shipped in from boats, and then magical items and objects and things being put on shipments out. Um, uh, and stumble to the Winged Giant, which is a sort of barrel-shaped building with a bright yellow door and green tiling that kind of turns the round frame like pointed at the top of it. Um, uh, the place is filled with tourists sort of getting up for the day, and then locals who appear to have been carrying on all night and who do not appear to be stopping. Um, there are a few candles lit at the tables, but you see light reflecting nearly off of every person. And the illustration on the sign above the door is that of a like fantastical fairy with big blonde hair and iridescent wings. Uh, yeah, that is that is the tavern. You have folks here to get local info from, or you can blow off steam. Up to you.
How are you feeling, Torek?
I'm good. Still alive. That's the important thing, right?
Right.
We all made it out, and that place is gone. So, hey, mission accomplished, right? You got all those souls back where they're supposed to be.
I need a drink. Mel just go up to the bar and order something
All right.
strong, hopefully.
You approach the bar. There's a broad Firbolg woman with knotted hair, who looks tired but is still working, and gives you a chunky smile as you approach. Um, they have, let's see. Oh, that's right. I have two fun little beverages as common drinks here.
Yay.
I have special things too, but that's for that you have to
The
stick around for
cocktail
cocktail
hour,
hour.
right. Oh, I believe at least Mel is going to be here for. Yeah, bear wine, and she's going to get fucked up.
You can drop 2 gold and then not have to drink for the rest of the day for you to have the poison condition.
Cool. But don't worry, I will. After she gets her drink and takes a hearty gulp out of it, she's just gonna turn down to Torek and say, "No, they're scattered. Maybe some of them will get where they need to be. Maybe not."
Hey, they're not about to be consumed in oblivion by a lich, so again,
No, but they
everything's looking
could
up.
get caught by demons, devils.
Well, yeah, but they can't sign a contract,
Shadowfell.
so
No, it doesn't matter. Loose souls like that just get caught and minted or eaten by the more feral ones. Yeah, no, they just kind of have to get lucky.
I mean, it can't be worse than where they were, right? Consumed,
One of
stuck in a place for. Anyway,
hey, consumption's not out of the question for them yet. Maybe they do get minted and have to be stuck in a coin until some
Till
devil
the
shreds it
coin
up
is
in
used or somebody lets him out. Yep. All right, you're a barrel of laughs.
Yeah, there's another
Uh,
customer who's just stopped drinking and is just staring down at the counter as he's overhearing your dismal conversation.
But yeah, we did it.
all right, well, we're here. We've got I mean, we've got our way back to Lauxius, so that's not nothing. We can figure out what the hell went on in the last couple. Well, I mean, you figure we were there for a few days by our reckoning, and then plus a few days. So I'm gonna see. Hey, you, and I will directly refer to the person looking down
Yeah.
at the bar.
Mhm.
What's been going on the last few days? We've been out of touch. Like anything major? Wars, famines, pestilence.
You're
Luskin
talking
being a crater.
you're talking to a human dude
Yeah.
who says, I mean, we just got off of the boat, but what, about a week ago there was some, there was a whole thing about animated armor thing getting up and like crawling out of the ground. But there was like a
Uh,
whole, uh, who was it? There's some fellas out in the middle of nowhere, like
the
constructed a
silver
bunch of.
hand.
No, it was some
Or-
uh fella who's industrialized a little bit that sells those really expensive constructs.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Yeah. Big donation. He kind of came out of hiding. It was super weird. And just sort
Eric's,
of,
right?
yeah, helped organize a little something. Like they're still, like, you still see them every once in a while. And if you ever walk into an animated thing, like, you should, those things will mess you up. Uh, but I mean,
We've dealt with a few.
I guess that was the big. I mean, I haven't heard anything in a couple of days, but uh, it was at least rumors I was hearing before we took off.
All right.
If you like kind of poke around a little bit more, like, the
Yeah.
details for everybody are muggy, but something about your guys' influence has affected a surplus army against these things.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sick.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys did good things and it helped save the world. Incredible.
Well, at least that didn't get out of control. And hey, we blew up the whole thing, so they're not gonna be getting anything important out of the Underdark anytime soon. Gods, fucking Loxius. He really thought we were going to just give that all to him?
I don't think he really realized what was down there. Like, I
Torek.
expect he probably thought that, like most people, that it was long abandoned and dead. Because I mean, we certainly didn't go in there expecting to find a full living city. Like maybe a lich. Certainly not a lich, a dragon, a vampire, a mummy, an old man who
Well,
doesn't look old. You know what I
well,
mean?
we were expecting to find things still active, like partially dying, etc. I mean,
Yeah, we
we were
expected to
expecting the
find some
Lich to
undead and
probably
a
have
lich,
to,
not the remains of a civilization.
but I mean, you weren't. You're the archaeologist here. It's down there. I was mostly just surprised about how many people accidentally stumbled upon the place.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like nobody would have expected that much down there. Nobody would have expected there to be a full-grown white dragon down there, like building a horde. That's crazy, but it happened.
I guess he couldn't have foreseen what the phylactery was, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
still, no matter. Keeping something like that active is just asking for another another lich or another crazy controller of that place. Nothing good comes out of that.
You don't have to tell me. That's why I was all for blowing it up.
Yeah, I know, and I would have assumed that he would have been for the same thing if he knew how powerful it was. Maybe he is just stupid.
Could be, but he's also all about the money, so, you know. There might be more to it. We can always find out.
Yeah, I mean,
He will make a tiny fist and push it into his other tiny hand. It's like the least intimidating punch ever.
yeah. I guess it was optional anyways.
Besides, remember, he had to go through a lot of trouble just to even find out where it was. That's why we went to that crazy house that tried to eat us in the first place, so.
Right.
Maybe we just, like, stop helping Loxius, because kind of shit just keeps going haywire every time we do.
Yeah, I mean, what I was getting at is he definitely had some sort of plan on how he was going to use that.
No, I mean,
Right.
he was pretty upfront about that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he just might be a bigger player in goings on than we might think. Hmm.
He operates out
At
of
least we
Luskin.
get paid.
How big can he be?
Man, I wish Mel had any context for knowing who the fuck Jarlaxle Painter is. But she definitely doesn't. Eh,
Alright, I'm gonna see what else I can find out from these people. Give me a minute.
okay. I'll be here. She takes another drink.
Whoever I talk to, I am definitely keeping an eye on Mel, because that's just sad. It's just, he doesn't want to say it, but like, man, she's bumming him out.
Oh man.
Like, jeez, relax. We're alive. But is nothing particularly in specific that I'm looking for. Just trying to get a lay of what's going on. Like, expand on whatever the first person told us with the not valor, the
The Blight Force?
I have never heard of them called the Blight Force. I was trying to think of the
Of
name
the
of
other name. Oh god, I know it's on the tip of my tongue too. Damn it.
not
Warforged?
no, not they had a name for them. Crusade.
Oh
Crusade.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
We've heard the name Blight Force before.
Yeah.
Yes, that was what other people were calling the Empire as it was stretching. You guys are aware of Crusade, who is the name of the Warforged who has started this war.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
I was thinking Crusade, that's all.
Gotcha. Yes, there's a very real chance that it's all been jumbled up in and also it's been a while, so it's fine. Yeah. Why don't you roll me an investigation check? Okay. From here, you do get enough details to hear the names like the Blight Force Empire and the and Crusade, who has been a personage that has become a small public figure, probably in a smaller scale to Referee Erox, who the earlier you met a patron who knew that dude, didn't know his name. Few people are recognizing the name Crusade as a smaller personage of interest, whose soldiers have gone into territories and proclaimed either unity through subjection through subjectivity, or union through allyship. And the small communities that have attempted to push back were probably there are a few instances of towns being completely overrun, but with public information as it is, and communications working better in the present day than they did 300 years ago, um, referee Irox has marshaled much of his own resources, much to his own expense and all that, to help these small communities destroy these constructs. And without a means of replenishing them, it is a slow and assured destruction of the empire.
Good to know. Good to hear. Beyond that, just gonna keep drinking. Try to bring some moods up, but you know.
You find that this place is
Try.
actually still a deeply cheery location. I mean,
Oh, I didn't mean the patrons. I specifically just meant Mel.
yeah,
If I have to get Pekareva to come carry an inebriated Mel home, I will.
the little rain cloud is around Mel and Mel alone.
Yeah, exactly. I
Yep.
was gonna say this is a her problem. The whole
Yep.
place is vibing, does not care.
Yep. Yep. Torek is painfully aware of all of this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's at some point she is going to just be like, "Hey, Torek, like, if you want to enjoy the festivities, by all means, go ahead. You don't have to be hanging around me."
Do I look like an enjoying the festivities kind of person? Especially given where we are? It's fine. Nowhere I'd rather be.
You get jostled by a bunch of kobolds who are play wrestling on the floor.
Yeah, and
Damn kids!
also Mel also laughs at that. Yeah, really jazzed to be here of all places.
Um, the bartender sort of leans her heavy frame kind of over you guys, and and says that if you are only here for a short time, then you should probably stay for the evening. At least there is supposed to be a big event on the waters for the celebration of the close of the season. If you are feeling to it, then. And she puts in front of you, Mel, another jug of another jug of the bear wine.
Phil toast towards the bartender. Yeah, I guess not doing anything else.
All right, Olvius. When you take note of the time and your hands are starting to cramp and your eyes are starting to get a little too red, um, and you make your way to the garden, which is within the palace and sort of within the courtyard, to where's my description? A beautiful koi pond in a very verdant little garden. There is a sculpture of a sword with only one blade jutting from the stone at the center of the pond. Excuse me, at the center of the pond. There are satyr guards who are exchanging words with a little fairy who is currently going about preparing a small table. And as she sort of lands upon the table, she's using her tiny hands to arrange biscuits and small finger sandwiches. And then, for no reason at that point, after she has done all of that work, she flits up into the air and then grows herself to a more human approximate size and sits on the opposite side and waits for patrons. Waves you over when she sees you.
Uh, yeah, I'll walk over and introduce myself. Hi, I'm Ulvius Broadbow, and who might you be?
Periwinkle, and she'll hold her hand out to shake.
Shake hands.
Your hand comes away with like a little blue color that sort of fades as your fingers flex.
Take note of that. I'm one of Haze's friends.
Oh,
Do you know
Hazel-Lyn.
Haza? Yeah. Oh, do you know Hazelyn?
I know the name Hazelin. She is very important here, along with many others within her guard.
Oh, so she's part of the military operation of this place.
She nods, as much as
And
any of us are.
oh, I'm not sure I understand. So this isn't a military encampment?
It is, and it's also our home. It is the place we are born, the place we owe our allegiance to, and many of us choose to serve, as Hazelin did. And as such, she has permissions here and authority here for as long as she remains within her title.
Interesting. Have you also chosen to serve?
She nods,
I mean,
and then she
but
pours you a cup of blue
right,
tea and
yeah.
passes it to you.
Oh well, I mean, uh, well played. But I'm beyond serving the tea. Are you also in the military?
She nods again.
Hmm. What do, does your military have ranks?
She thinks about it and she says,
In a sense, many of us have an internalized sense of place and importance in our world, and we tend to fall in alignment with some of that natural order. Though most of us have, let me think, most of us have made these choices with the intent to either increase our own power or influence or to do honor to someone who has done us a good turn. My position here is this one, and she continues to serve tea as more and more customers come up, and she gives a little tea display where she shows her little tea companion, a little animated stone toad that guzzles tea when she pours water over it,
Oh, I
and
see.
all
I
of it does
see.
pour blue.
I see. So you're in charge here.
She giggles.
I am in charge right here, and she puts her hands upon the table she's working at.
Well, no, I mean you clearly have the most important position. Cup of
It
tea,
is a
and I
vital
offer to
one.
pour her a cup of tea.
Her eyes sparkle, and she clasps her hands together and she nods.
No, pour her a cup of tea.
She raises hers to yours.
Hmm. Yeah,
When Yep.
I'm afraid I haven't mastered the uh, blue hue yet. That's quite a feat.
She giggles, and like pixie dust shimmers off of her. Um, she says, "This should aid you in your next battle. It is customary to leave a token, but you have gifted me something I find deeply valuable." And she sips your own. She sips from the cup you've poured for her.
Hmm. And you may thank you. This has been a wonderful break.
When you drink her tea, you gain a little charm. Uh, Let's see. And it's a very simple charm, and it's going to be a little bit difficult to remember, so I'm going to put it on your character sheet and text and message it here.
Okay.
You get a +1 per turn for every turn you have within the next combat you are in.
Gotcha.
Ooh,
Cool.
Mhm.
it's good tea.
Yeah.
Thank you for participating. All right. Anything else Olvius would like to ask or do while in the garden?
Um. Uh. I will circulate a little bit, just trying to get a feel for the sort of military structure and see if I can find anyone who knows Hazelin and, more importantly, is a direct superior to Hazelin.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll have you roll an investigation check.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Fuck.
Okay. I think then it takes you very little time for you to get the info you need, which is that there are 2 authority powers within Astrazalian: the princess and the council. No, that's not right. The Twilight Council. And they both have to answer to each other in a system of checks and balances. They are the only system that is above Hazelin. She answers directly to the princess.
But is the princess or any members of the council, the Twilight Council, any of them here?
The
Steve?
Twilight Council, as you are nosy. Ooh, you know what? We'll do with a 26. I will grant you that you can that Periwinkle will point out to you rather furtively. Again, you gave her tea. That was kind of special. She'll point out to you an individual who is an Eladrin with very heavily scarred skin, and all of it is scarred very much in a methodical pattern across their body. Um, he's sort of sitting quietly by himself in careful meditation by the koi pond while he has his tea.
Um. Yeah, I'll sidle up next to him.
Okay.
Introduce myself.
All right. Let me find a name real fast.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I can make this very simple.
That's fair. It
I-
doesn't need to have a name.
Yeah, I mean, I can make this real simple.
Mhm.
My objective here is twofold. The first, and sort of layered. The first part of the objective is just to talk Aza up and talk about the exploits and how we wouldn't have made it without Haza to a direct
Interesting.
supervisor. And then the second part of it is
Mhm.
I won't cast any spells to accomplish this, but I will be trying to convince this person that a promotion is in order.
Mhm. Mm. Okay, interesting. I love this. Okay. I thought you were maybe doing a little bit more nosy work, and so I was like, what are you gonna I thought you were maybe going to convince somebody to like let her go or something. Like try to figure out what the terms of her pact were and try to break that while she wasn't looking. Um
No, it's her pack. She seems to be working for her. So
yeah.
let's juice it up.
Yeah, I like this. Roll me a persuasion check. At advantage.
Okay.
I love that logic.
um okay. So this gentleman, he is very stone-faced, and one thing that you sort of notice, like you've met Eladrin before, you're not unfamiliar with them, they usually carry a season upon their expression. This person seems more tinged in like a purplish sort of white hue
Yeah, he's
in a
got a
way that
hazy
sort
shade
of
of winter going on.
yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out what's going on a little bit. And he's not nice. um, uh, but you can see him admitting that you must have some points in his own mind as you detail some of the actual things that are being said, or some of the things that you've actually witnessed be done. Um, he kind of quietly notes all of that. He certainly doesn't tell you whether or not that's
Right.
a promotion's available or whatever, but you have made a positive impact. You can tell.
Excellent. I will leave him with an offer of a different style of tea, stating that variety is the spice of life, and regardless of what his choice is, that'll be the end of my interaction.
Yeah. You probably clock as you're maybe leaving the garden. He has not touched it.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah,
Actually,
very
on the
clearly
way
an
out,
asshole.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, no worries. On the way out, I'll just ask anybody I'd sort of pass. Are there any magic shops in this encampment facility?
Um, they point you to the market where there is a few pop-up vendors that I meant to mention when Mel and Torque were passing through. But if you wish to go out there, I'll do that too.
Yeah, and I mean, for this trip, like I'll
Mhm.
just do some scouting as to what's there. And the one thing I'd like to purchase, since it seems to have been a problem for an extended period of time for this party, is I'd like to get a bag of holding if they've got one. And it seems on brand
Okay.
for Ulvius.
Yeah, hoarder's got a hoard.
Yeah.
I will
It's
let
much easier
you.
to throw stuff away when you can put it in an interdimensional hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got your haversack that's got your current loot in it. I will let you. If you want, exchange the haversack for a bag of holding, and whatever leftover change that might be, if that's okay. I don't know how much they
Um,
cost. Let me look.
yeah, no, Ulvius is not interested in that. Ulvius is
Okay.
not interested in one that he's sharing with the rest of the party.
Okay. All right, 500
So that's all
gold.
right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ulvius can do that without even breaking into the Haza and Ulvius horde.
All right. And while you are out and about, you notice a familiar pop-up. A very iconic little wagon that you recognize from
Fuck
its
yeah.
frequent appearances in Luskan. Uh,
Hell yeah.
Nick and Nack's Chicanery and Bedevilments has posted here for the remainder of the summer because that's really good business for them.
Holy shit. It's Nick and Nack, guys.
I like conceptually the idea that this is where they load up on stuff. Like this is one of those like, well, when we need, magical bric-a-brac, when we need some raw material, just come to the place that's sort of magically irradiated constantly.
Mhm.
I bet I could throw a fork in a well over there, and if I got it out, it'd be magical.
While you're sort of while you're kind of passing their shop, uh, uh, Knack literally shouts out the front or out the window to Mr. Broadbow. It has been such a long time. It is so good to see you, and it's such an incredible location.
Oh, hey, wow, what are you guys doing here?
Oh, the usual, and he pulls up a crate full of odd objects that Nick starts pawing through to show to you.
Wait, is this where you get all that high-end merchandise that I'm always pawing through every fall?
You caught us. He sort of pulls up his sleeves to kind of indicate caught red-handed.
And I do have 4.
Holy
Yeah.
crowbar.
Yeah. We got goofy ones this go round.
I mean, I love to see a +3 dart. They're staying on brand there.
+3 dart is
Yeah.
gonna stay here.
Increasingly strong dart.
One day.
Next time it's gonna be like +4 fucking legendary dart. New dart
It's just-
technology.
It's just gonna be me throwing the dart, running, grabbing it, throwing it someone else, running, grabbing it, just until Max decides it breaks.
I told you, you gotta keep it forever as long as you don't throw it in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I told you guys
Whoa.
I'd find out sooner or later. I think you guys are going to be very pleased. I've got a surprise for you guys as well. And I just stroll out and back to the room where I was copying my spells. My surprise being at some point I'll come back with whoever wants to come back.
All right. Okay. Oh, what is it, buddy? Yeah, sure. All right, Inks.
Me.
Yeah. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you mad that I put you last?
No.
Great.
It actually got me the chance to do a lot of homework.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Okay. As you sneak through the castle, you're not necessarily trying to be like invisible, but you are just trying to go unnoticed, I assume. Yeah.
Yeah, I was and if it like ruins what you're trying to do, then I don't care that much. But like I was trying to go through like the streets and like the shops and stuff like that, just
Mhm.
like where the main people are, not
Yeah.
necessarily
Yeah.
where the upper class are.
All right. As you're wandering around, you can hear all kinds of people talking, and you can hear everybody. And at first, you're a little bit confused. At first, it isn't. You're just assuming that you are, in fact, hearing common everywhere. But then you're hearing like idioms and phrases that you've never really like you've never heard before. And far be it from you to understand that it's not just cultural differences, but like you're starting to pick up on there being something else. And if you kind of tune in closer, you can actually hear that they're saying something different than what you are hearing in your mind. And while that is happening, like as you're kind of puzzling through all of this, you also can't help but notice you can't stop sneezing.
Oh God, what did I do?
And weirdly enough, as you are wandering around town, you're seeing first of all seeing lots of kinds of humanoids, but you're also seeing a like a ratio of goblins that would be comparable to that of Luskan, which is very unusual. Make me a perception check.
Okay. Too bad I don't have that die yet. Perception. Bam. Hey.
Okay. All right. With a 22, you definitely do detect. You're also hearing a lot of other people sneezing. At first, you're kind of brushing it off as the possibility of allergy season. And then you notice that you're only catching people who appear to be having these kinds of reactions are definitely goblinoids, and even more distinctly, people with blackened hands or faces or ears. Very, very clearly, people who are also infected, and only those who appear to be infected, are also having some kind of allergic reaction or something, are sneezing a lot in public.
Yeah. So I'm definitely like hood covering over my face. Also, can we say they're speaking in Goblin?
You can, yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, I said common earlier, but like whatever it is that is Inks's internal monologue is how she's processing the information.
Tight, 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 tight.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to comment because it would take longer for her to figure out, but I like the fact that she's like, "Why are you all speaking Goblin?"
Yeah, whatever. It maybe doesn't click immediately because she's just hearing the words and just
Yeah,
hearing the messages,
yeah,
and then maybe is going like, well, there's a lot of goblins here. Maybe more people speak Goblin than I'm used to. But then it's just
yeah,
consistent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So she's going to like I said, she's got the hood over. She's being super sneaky, whether she's being seen or not. She feels sneaky. And then she's gonna find the first, specifically non-goblin, but very well-to-do looking person, and just pull on their whatever's draping them at the time. Specifically, it's got to be a fae. It's got to be a fae.
Okay. All right. You find a Firbolg in long robes whose attention you managed to grab.
Hey, oh, hi, Inks. Don't worry, I'm a friend, and she'll show her necklace.
What?
And before you scream, yes, I have a mouse. So, yeah, what's like your deal here?
I,
Oh, I got more planned.
yeah. Start. Okay. So I can answer her question. What does Inks actually want?
I like it to be as vague as possible.
Okay.
So
All right.
however you feel is necessary, I will redirect the conversation.
Okay, all right. So this Firbolg, he tells you that this place is traditionally a trade outpost with the material plane, while it is currently in the material plane for spring and summer, and that come fall and winter,
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah, that
entire
sounds fucking
city will
great.
trade. Yeah,
Anyways.
yeah, yeah.
No, but like everyone seems really happy here. What's that about?
Oh well, that would be because we have fairly good lives in exchange for the services we offer.
Yeah, no, but there's got to be like there's always like sad and angry people. There's no one sad and angry here. Like everyone's happy. Like what's going on? Like what do you have nothing to be sad about or angry or famine, greed, people who chew with their mouths open? Like what's going on?
We definitely, certainly have experience in all of those things, but our princess makes our needs feel heard and makes us feel understood and does her best to attend to our needs as people. She insists that our purpose here is not only to die for the queen, but is to experience the life of the material plane and of the Fae in its wholeness uh, in exchange for service.
Oh, that's the catch. You've given up your autonomy. Got it.
Well, that's really not even a little bit it, but it's precisely the sort of system that a feudal lord has appropriately organized. Any of us may choose to leave if we wished. It would just be a forfeit of magical powers given to us by the princess.
Oh, sure, 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 sure. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Say, if you still have your own free will, don't blink. Don't worry, I got all day. And she just stares at him.
If I have my own free will, I have the authority to tell you that that will not be something I will be doing.
Or are you being told that?
He blinks.
I've made an enemy of myself. I have to go. And she'll stay away. Uh,
Just
yeah.
smoke bomb without any smoke bomb. Just pivot on your heel. Skitter, 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 skitter.
As you're running, you
Pocket
see
hand.
another goblet clearly having done the exact same thing with a previous interaction as well.
Okay, now sneezing away as I make my way through the crowd, I would like to find Nightingale.
All right. Yeah, yeah, you can honestly just follow more.
I was gonna say I'll follow my ears.
Yeah, yeah. You actually find a group of goblins all at the Winged Giant. And and very distinctly all very much people who have this curse.
Hey, how's it going? Inks, it's okay. I'm a friend. And she pulls out her necklace and then goes, oh, wait, puts it back in and shows her hands.
There's a brief like bouncing of like knuckles against your knuckles and some high fives, that kind of thing.
Holy shit. And she takes off her mask. Did I still have this thing on the whole time?
I mean, they are all laughing. Two of them actually have their masks with them, but aren't wearing them.
God, it's like a second skin. No one tells you about it. Anyways, why am I dying? Sorry, I should clarify. Why am I sneezing so much?
um, one of them hands you a hanky and says, I mean, we think it might be the fairy dust or something. Every time we come here, it always tickles our nose. Don't know what it is, but it's crazy because we'll do the whole sea trip all the way here. There's not even any. I mean, maybe it's a fey plant or something. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it drives me crazy. And then she just blows her nose into her shirt.
Hey, you can have this back if that's your only one. Like I have a shirt of my own. It's kind of yeah, it's pretty easy to see. I'm actually looking down at my shirt right now, just so we're clear.
I could hear it actually.
Yeah, I could hear the chin pressed down into
Yeah.
like the neck.
So, what brings you lot here? I can't imagine. I've literally never thought to come to a place like this. I barely thought to leave Luskin, and yet here you all are sneezing away.
Oh my gosh! Actually, we're actually we're actually on vacation for the first time. We're usually here on business. We like to trade with the folks here. They're really generous with their gold. Honestly, most of those folks are very excited about, and they kind of lean forward. The garbage you can kind of just pull from anywhere. Like they don't have a lot of weird stuff that's like normal weird stuff. So they love garbage sometimes. Uh, anyway, um, but I mean, this year we're finally on we're here for a trip. We're relaxing, and we're actually gonna stay while the island moves back into the Fae, and then from there we're planning on making it to Senelise for the solstice.
Yeah, where are you guys from?
Well, actually, we're all from Daggerford.
Oh, wow. How far does the Nightingale reach? I only know my own chapter. I just learned it was a chapter.
Well, I mean, it's a smaller number. I mean, it's one of those things that crops up every once in a while. Most of my cousins haven't heard of it, but then again, most of my cousins don't have, the sickness. So,
That's fair. Yeah, yeah. Hey, did they all learn Goblin because you're here? That seems. I mean, they're really nice, but that seems overly nice.
they kind of like click their tongues and look around. Like, I mean, most of the folks here speak Sylvan most of the time.
I mean, sure. So what's special about right now then?
I I don't know what you mean.
Do you, I don't I don't see what the disconnect here is. We're speaking Goblin. They're speaking Goblin. It's apparently a special time to be speaking Goblin. Like,
I mean, those folks aren't speaking Goblin,
no,
or
I
those folks.
can literally hear them right now. Literally everyone for some reason. I've never heard everyone all at once in my life, but here we are. I'm
Dude,
also.
you okay? It's only like 10 a.m. How much you drinking?
Ah, that's the problem.
Ah,
Actually, wait. Maybe they have something here. What's their strongest drink? I want all of it.
they share their pitcher of bear wine with you.
Yeah.
She downs it.
Mel's just like head down on bar. Just looks back.
Oh yeah, you guys here right now.
You can probably see Mel if Mel's head ever gets up.
Yeah,
Oh,
when Inks grumbles like that, she'll probably like perk her ears up and like look back.
Ink is not being perceptive right now. She is not thinking outside of her own little world.
Yeah,
So she does not see you.
yeah. Mel notices you and turns back around to her drink.
Okay, and so when I don't get drunk, oh come on! And she throws it on the ground.
I will say that it does make it harder for you to understand people. But are you all right?
It's just things and stuff. I mean, it's one thing to like deal with the pain every day and force yourself to get up, but then to not be able to get drunk, like that's just cruel.
I don't know what you mean. Are you all right? And put the hand on, like a hand on your forehead to like check you. Medically, you appear to be fine, but
Gee, thanks, Doc.
these folks don't know what you're talking about.
Who are they say like these is in the people goblins around us, or like these is in the larger group of people?
Oh yeah, the goblins. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Feels like
mean,
nobody. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, no, I mean, if you there's something that's freaking you out, I mean, there's always I mean, do you have anybody in the Nine Isle that might be helpful to you? Or I mean, like I said, we're gonna be going to St. Elise. The the Goblin Queen is there. She has powers, answers. It's one of the reasons we're going.
I'm sorry. What? One
Is
more
I
time
mean,
in Goblin.
well, they clear their throat and try to be like thoughtful as they're still speaking exactly as they were. I mean, have you ever heard like there's stories where we come from? Um, Goblins used to be of the Fae, and some people still think that like there might still be a court of goblins in the Feywild. If there is, there's folks who are going to be there who are older than this magic, and maybe they have, I don't know, other answers that we haven't found yet on the material plane.
You mean to tell me that there's someone that can answer to me about all the shitty thing that's happened so far, and I'm just learning about this?
I don't know that she's responsible for all the shitty things happen. I don't know anything about you.
Okay, okay. Who's got paper?
One of them will produce a sheet of paper for you.
All right, now who has something to write on it?
A different one pulls out a broken pencil.
Okay, one more time. Senelise, right?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Spell that.
Yeah.
You don't actually have to. And you're leaving when?
Well, the island is gonna move on the solstice, so I've got that calendar here. Give me a second.
Dear gods, of course.
That's in 44 days.
Okay, 44 days. Got it, got it. And how are you getting there?
Well, when the island moves, we'll be on it, and then we'll be in the Fae, and then we're the hiking, right?
For sure, sure,
Maybe
sure,
renting
sure.
some horses.
Yeah, yeah. How you getting to the island?
We're on it.
Oh. Okay, that's Doug Bingo.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay, so we just have to stay here for 44 days.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's gonna be a real easy sell. Perfect. Well, it has been a pleasure and also very much a pain. I really appreciate meeting you guys. Thank you for the handkerchief that I didn't need in the end. Have a great day. She'll walk away.
Keep it. That's you.
And then she will see Mel and walk over and join them.
Oh, what's got you all riled up?
Oh,
Oh,
thank God. Inks, watch over her for a bit. I gotta go do something else somewhere else. Jesus Christ. Make it out
just
of a
trying to get
dying
where
city
you're
and
at.
everybody just buying it. Die inside anyway. Oh, God.
Just trying to get where you're at, but Lord's cursed me so that I never could be again. The usual. Hey, I'm kind of liking this place. Maybe we should stay for 44 days.
Uh, uh, Mel looks like genuinely taken aback. I mean, it's nice.
Yeah, it's chill. Like we should be for 44 more days.
Uh, I think I have to report to somebody.
Yeah, you got time. 46 days is fine. They haven't heard from you this long. They probably assumed you're dead. It's going to be just as much a surprise that amount of time than any.
Mel just kind of like looks down into her drink when Inks says that they probably assumed that she was dead. Yeah, I guess you have a point. It's 44 more days.
Hey, that's a spirit. Another round.
All right, I think that is a good place for our 15-minute break, and we'll figure out. We'll have you all. once you have made the decision, Haza, that you are ready to go, Nettle
for Nettle.
appears.
Yeah.
And says, "Are you ready to present your report?"
Yes. Beforehand, though, what exactly am I expected to report upon?
I guess, namely, what brings you here. Anything that you think that the princess ought to know, and importantly, if she has anything that she needs of you, now will be her time to ask.
Given that I don't know that I am here to report anything specifically, is it appropriate for me to
Oh,
take a posture of waiting for a question?
I suppose. Um, although, if you don't know what you're here to report, what? Why are you here?
I was in the process of transcribing a spell, and I felt I, I don't know what I felt. I finished the spell, and it was not the way that s- I intended when I set out to do it.
You see as her wings flutter that they move very quickly, causing her to drift vertically like a few inches. As she says, "It is very important. Then we bring you to the princess. That
Yeah,
must mean that she has something very important she must speak with you about."
I kind of assumed as much. This felt like the closest to a calling I've ever had. Um,
What did she have you doing on the material plane? I've always been
she
wondering.
didn't have me doing anything in particular.
Oh, okay.
Best that I can figure, probably just getting power, but I don't know if that's all. I've just been doing what I thought was right to do. So,
Okay. Okay. I think that's good. That sounds good. Um, well,
yep.
let's go.
Do you can okay, is there like a hand code you can throw me if I commit a serious faux pas?
Not in time.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I do want you to give me an honest report of my performance when we finish this.
Yes, ma'am.
On yeah, just because I don't have a frame of reference and you do.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I look good? Is
Always.
any of this does everybody else look okay?
You look a little tall.
Well, do you think I need to bring it in a little or
Are you worried that you're a little tall?
no? I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay. That should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Are my companions permitted to speak, or is it a speak if you're spoken to sort of arrangement? Because I'd like them to be able to speak.
If they are if they speak if you are comfortable with them speaking in any manner that may reflect upon you, then yes.
The head slowly swivels towards the group.
Inks gives a very toothy grin and 2 thumbs up.
Haza's eyes lock on to Torix very specifically. Sort of a squint.
What? I wasn't sure if we could hear all that, so I've just been assuming that they
Oh,
had stepped
yes,
away.
yeah. Oh, sorry. No,
Oh no,
you're
I'm
in a
definitely
you're all
not
in a
doing
room
any kind of
together.
privacy. Okay, I guess if I have to officially appoint anybody who can speak in my stead, um, on matters of probably let's go with
I'll
Harold
be
to start
happy
with.
to, Haza.
Nope. I love you, and I love the energy.
But clearly, it's me. Thank you,
No.
Lisa. This is an honor.
On
I
heraldry.
extend my hand to Inks and shake hands. We'll make an excellent team.
Okay. On matters of like heraldry, like if I needed a herald, I'd definitely go with Godric. Can't do much better than that. On pragmatism, I think if I have to appoint an official advisor, it's Torek.
Why are you not speaking for yourself? I'm sorry.
I'm going to be speaking for myself. You know what? Fine. No more fucking around. She like stomps an
Aw.
armored foot on the ground.
Concerns and crime.
Everybody behave your fucking self.
Nettle goes right to attention.
No, you're fine. Hold on. Loosen a little. Loosen a little. Because every time you do that, I feel myself tense up, and I start to reflexively salute you back, and it's gonna get old over time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be mad at you if you do it like as a reflex. It's a thing we'll work on.
Yes,
Captain. She is very
Okay.
uncertainly.
Let's just fucking do this. Is it a long walk? Because if it's a long walk, this is gonna be.
Oh my God,
interminable.
Haza, just move.
Okay, let's walk and then think about it while we do. Are you sure, Mel?
Mm-hmm.
You're great. You could come.
I have scribing to do.
If you want, okay, it's fine. I am
Talk
going
as we walk.
to. I'm gonna. This is really stupid. I'm gonna come over and I am going to slap her on the back of the head, give her 6 healing, and cure her of any poison.
You hit her so hard, she's instantly sober.
Yeah, she
Hope
just
you
sort
feel
of
better.
blinks. Ah, thanks. I was starting to enjoy myself, but
Yeah, welcome to my life. See ya.
thanks.
Oh, a sad drunk has become a
Fucking
sad sober.
asshole. Yeah.
And then you left her.
Yeah, and then he just fucked off.
To be fair, you did leave her with the therapy weasel, so
Yeah.
She can talk it out.
Yeah.
that'll be fine. All right. Nettle takes you guys down the other direction of the palace, further from the wings and towards the center itself, past the courtyards that Ulvius had explored and the bathhouses that you had all experienced, and into the formal official chambers, including including council halls and war rooms as you're passing. And the walls are decorated with tapestries and mosaics of a giant fairy woman with long, crazy blonde hair and an amalgamate armor with a long greatsword that is split down the middle, with one half forged of steel and the other half in various illustrations, amalgamate of various elemental forces. Um, and as you come to what is very clearly a great audience hall with its doors pitched open and wide, you hear like the sounds of court being held, but in a very comfortable, sort of low energy, in sort of a low energy, like you can hear people sort of laughing lowly, and like the sounds of people walking around and murmuring. And as you come into the threshold itself, the audience hall is massively tall and wide and long, but very importantly, heavily hung with various colored purple banners and tapestries from the roof that sort of bring the whole place in, sort of dampen its sound and cascade down the walls. And within the fabrics, you can see twinkling lights and speckles. And the court itself is filled with people who are all wearing heraldry of different kinds, but almost everyone here is Fayish. It's very clear you can see a distinction between the nobility and the soldier, and they are intermingling, but their um, posturing and and the way that they speak with one another, you can see that there is a difference between what would appear to be on highly honored guests and then people who live and reside within this court. Um, and sitting upon a throne that at its base is nearing 8 feet wide and at its height easily close to 10 feet tall, there is a very large woman. Easily, as she's sprawled across the chair itself, you can see that she could stand to be at least 8 feet tall, with wild blonde yellow hair and wings that have fairy wings, very insect-like, that have shown age, wear, and tear upon them. She sort of has smears of paint across part of her face, and is wearing entirely trophied armor of various kinds. You can see that one of her legs is entirely replaced by uh, a grown prosthetic of a very um, it's very much a plant like tree or organism that has formed into a living and growing prosthetic for one of her legs that is cut at about the thigh. Um, when you enter, Nettle clears her tiny throat and presents Hazelin of the Twilight Guard and companions, and then presents you to Our Lady Chandria of Astrazalian, Princess of the Twilight Court. When she is addressed, the the very large woman puts her hand to the back of the throne to use it to pull herself up to her greatest height, which is higher than 8 feet as she stands, and looks down at all of you and grins. You guys look sick as hell. Come on in. Come on in. It's been a while. How have you been?
May we approach
Please
your ladyship?
enter. She waves a hand to you, and you feel like you
Yeah.
feel welcomed.
Yeah, I walk in and probably just immediately bow. Like, set the helmet on the ground in front of me, very formal.
She nods and grins, and she is impressed.
As you know, I am Hazelin, I suppose, if we're being formal. These are my companions, my friends.
Better. What are their names?
I look to Torque and say, if you guys can introduce yourself.
You can call me Torek.
Inksriz, I'm a friend. Pulls out the necklace.
I am Godric. I'd like to say you look wicked as hell too.
She's very visibly she's very visibly emphatically flattered. Um, and she says, "And how'd you come to meet these folks?"
I suppose by chance, uh, adventuring, general heroism.
How has that been working out the last few years? I've seen some odd things every once in a while.
It was boring for a long time, and then very recently has been anything but.
She gestures to you with kind of a like go on and then says, report.
Do you want me to start at the beginning?
Start where it's interesting.
Yeah, I will actually start with the account of the events around the manor and Midwinter. Even though
Good.
it's chronologically out of order from the tower, that's the first stop because it's the most relevant to her, I think.
Good. You've heard of Midwinter and you held it.
For a moment, yes. It didn't feel like mine. Not like, well, not like the one you gave me.
She holds out her hand for your sword.
Yeah, no hesitation. I like manifest it blade facing towards me with the pommel like
Mhm.
out towards her.
When she takes it within her hands, it looks like a short sword.
Yep. It is too thick.
And she's very visibly and deeply examining it. You see her brow crease, and you see in the like esoteric youthfulness of Faye an age and understanding deeper than she presents as she examines the weapon. Um, and she says, I think you're due for this. And she puts her hand upon the steel of the blade while holding the hilt in her other hand, and crackles electricity lightning through her, between her fingers and her two hands, and the room sort of warps a little bit. You swear you see darkness begin to fill the corners of the room, and the whole space condenses, and it feels as if suddenly she is becoming greater and greater within this space, and you feel smaller and smaller and smaller. And then suddenly there is a sharp snap as she breaks the steel from the hilt. Um, and the steel blade melts into dust. She holds just the pommel and hilt within her hands and holds it up once again for examination. As the darkness starts to begin to pull back and the world begins to reframe to its proper scale, she holds the weapon in her hand and begins to swing it as if it is a blade she is practicing with, and if it had a balance. And as she does so, it begins to reform, but only partially, and maintains half of its width, and shapes itself very much in a smaller scale, but certainly to the style and measure of that is illustrated in the tapestries in the halls outside. Um, and as she presents the sword to you by placing the tip of its half blade to the ground and sort of balancing her finger on its pommel so it stands upright, she says, I think you're due for this, but I have something that I need someone who has seen the world as you have to do in exchange. This is what I have asked you to do, and I hope that you can remember even a part of that. She kind of looks at you, and you kind of see a like almost a sadness in her expression when she is like trying to hold an eye contact with you.
Yeah, the look is just blatant confusion on Haze's face. I You've never asked anything of me until now, I presume.
Are you feeling well?
Yes? Yeah.
Because you've got
Well,
something back here. And she sort of like moves her hand close to your head, doesn't go to like touch you, just kind of it kind of hovers beside you.
I don't n- I mean, I feel fine. I'm a little obviously a little stressed. Weird less stressed having met you actually, but It was only today ago that we killed a ancient lich and toppled a city. That might be dragging behind me. I don't.
No, no, there's something here. And she kind of wiggles her fingers and begins to. From Godric's perspective, you can see that she's like pulling on something that looks invisible. And Haza, you feel it almost. So you know the sensation of someone tugging on your hair?
Yeah.
Imagine that happening inside your skull.
Oh. Yeah, I think the like reflexes Hayes' spine just everybody all the companions could definitely see Hayes' spine go like completely rigid. That almost like startle response.
I mean, I knew we put a little bit of a dampener on, but I didn't realize it had covered so much.
What do you mean?
I mean, you'd asked to have some things taken out so that you wouldn't have too much to give away if someone found you. And I didn't realize that meant as much as it did.
I don't
Kind of is looking a little bit concerned and confused. And just kind of looking past your ear. I guess I would need you to ask for me to take that from you.
I will actually glance over to Toric and say, is there anything I don't remember about our time together? Any
Y-
changes? Any
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I know it's a weird question, but I haven't changed, right?
I don't think so. Not since you asked me to keep an eye on you.
Okay.
Although, this is a Ted question. Did you cover our very first initial meeting with the King of Rats? Because you said you started at finding Midwinter, but we had seen that Archfey first.
Huh. I guess I did not. No. I
Uh,
started at the mansion with Midwinter.
yeah. Then that would basically be Torik's question, unless you're leaving that out on purpose. I mean, people do forget
No.
stuff.
That rat bastard.
Yeah.
He's been missing forever. He was the last known person to have. And she looks around. Inks, you're here, right?
Yes.
What cloak do you have again?
The blood cloak. I forgot the
Yeah.
specific word for it.
Yeah.
Craft hide.
Yeah.
Thank
She
you.
says
Yep.
that. And she points at Inks. How did you get that? Did you get that from him?
No. I'm sorry. Am I allowed to speak? She looks at Hazen.
Yeah.
Okay. It was unclear earlier. I got this from my sister.
She looks around at all of you again, trying to take you in a little bit more carefully, and then drifts over to Godric and points to the talisman, the brooch. Where the fuck are you finding all of these?
Ulvius takes 2 steps forward and says, what are you doing to him? Or what are you doing to her?
Several years ago, when she was younger, Hazelyn asked for help, and I look for people who want to help. Hazelyn was very few amongst many who not only had the bloodline for the purposes that can sort of withstand some of the magic and work that folks in Astrozalian do, but then when we met in the woods, you wanted this. And she says, were you are one of many who I think could be my champion, and things have become very, very dire very quickly in a very short amount of time, partially because of the displacement of the Hemocraft hide. And then you told me of Midwinter, and I saw part of it through your sword as well. What has transpired, you've told me as well. It there's a lot to cover, it would appear. Hazel, you asked me to take secrets from you so that it would not be that anyone could take them. No, anyone else could get them from you. They're just as a small memory shroud. And we can remove it if you want, but it's been a long time. And that's not the kind of magic that I usually do. I can get someone else to do it here.
Is whatever I hid away, does it need to stay hidden?
You are offspring of one of Titania's particularly talented changelings, and you were fought over in your birth. There were many other archfey who wanted very badly to have someone of your stature in their in within their courts. Folks like you are very good at some of the terrible things that they like to do. And it was decided by your parents that the best thing would be to let you make whatever choice you wanted and remove you from the place where you could make any choices. I
Oh,
waited until you knew who you were before I came to ask. Others came earlier, and it didn't, from what you told me, it didn't go well.
I may I take a seat somewhere for a moment and process?
She stands upright to kind of fill the room again, and when she does, a satyr returns with a very large cushion for you to sit upon.
Yeah, I try really hard not to slump into it, but I do
You
just
just
sort of
sink.
sink into it. Would you
Wait,
mind
did somebody
answering?
just go get the dog bed out of our room?
It is really nice. Uh, well, friends, do you have any questions? While I think uh, for a moment about this.
Your story, did you mention I don't remember timelines very well, but like the Dreamwood and Hyacinth?
I think so, yeah, because Hyacinth was very. I don't know if I would have thought to mention that Hyacinth found the Dreamwood. I guess I would have,
Mhm.
because that was why Hyacinth left. But
Yeah.
Hyacinth was important to the story of Midwinter
Hmm.
and the relevance to what happened after with some of the Fey chicanery.
Okay. That's also taken with some of the severity that with which she's seen that shock and awe that she has with all the rest of the relics that you guys are
Mhm.
carrying. Um, she also notes that she has not heard from she's not heard any news about the Dreamwood, but that could mean anything.
Yeah.
You ever figure out what happened to the sword? You sent Jax to pick it up, but he didn't make it because we found his body in Luskin.
Actually, I do. And that's sort of the reason, Hazelin, I need my champion.
Is there any
Um,
danger to you wanting these artifacts back and trying to take them from us?
I don't want them. That's I'm already the gatekeeper to the Sealy Court. All of these are keys, and I don't need any more of those, I think.
Is there anyone from the Sealy Court who might?
Well, these should be returned to the wards. They really need to be brought back. Someone else needs to have them at the very least, but Midwinter not only has been retrieved, I know where it is. Ordinarily, Midwinter and Midsummer are two blades that meet at the equinoxes, but as you know, Midwinter has been missing. And a feathered knight from the Winter Court has appeared and made himself known in Senelise that he is the wielder of Midwinter, and he is demanding a challenge. He is demanding the duel's cross now. And Titan informed me that there are many others who are up for name of champion of Midsummer. And I don't trust a single one of them. And I especially don't trust this newcomer who wants to shatter these magical traditions for the sake of a duel. I do not think that this creature intends on letting this duel end the way it has done in tradition. If what you have said has been true, and I believe every word you tell me, Hazeled, then the Feathered Knights have made a literal attempt to collect all of these artifacts. And so having a duel where Midsummer and Midwinter will cross is the time and place for them to be taken.
Wouldn't that mean we should be as far away from that event as possible?
I would think, truthfully, better than anyone, that honestly, the greatest way to prevent travesty from occurring is to be the strongest and best fucking thing on the plane.
Yeah. Asked and answered.
I presume that means that you want me to take Midsummer and go duel this Feather Knight?
It's even a little more complicated than that. I need you to present yourself as my champion in Senelise before the solstice, before they cross. I need you to prove to Titania that you are the champion. I know you are. So that you will be the one who is chosen, so that you can prevent the night from taking Midsummer, and bring Midwinter back to the Feywild.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry,
Hazel.
appropriately bring it back to the
Uh-huh.
control of the proper Archfey. That's what she means.
Yeah, Hazel gets back to her feet and says, first things first, I I need I don't necessarily want, but I need my memories back. Um, because this game is I'm not equipped for it.
Okay.
Second, I can offer myself, I can't offer my friends. So I can't make a decision about the disposition of these other pieces and any of that until I talk to them.
He nods in acknowledgement.
Frankly, I need to seek their counsel, if we're putting it into official terms.
I can't afford you much time. I will be able to, from Astrazalian, send you into the Feywilds and send you on your path to San Elise so that you will be there in time. But there is not much time left before the solstice.
To look over at Torg, how much time we got? Or do I got?
40 days, right?
44 days.
Solstice. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Okay. First things first, I certainly need my memories back. The accommodations you've given for me and my friends have been amazing. I need to, certainly because one of my number is not here. We just need to have a conversation about whether I'm going alone.
I will find a councilman who can remove your, I suppose, restore your memories.
Is it okay if uh, my friends are there for that? Or does it need to be a private affair?
If you wish it to be more private, I was just going to have him come in here and do it like right now.
Yeah, I don't need it to be private.
Okay.
I
Are you
don't
sure?
imagine. Yeah, it's fine. I'll try to keep my composure.
All right.
She will go back to her throne and sit back down on it. And within a moment of that occurring, you feel the presence of somebody behind you. An Eladrin who is of that pale purplish color tone, with the same severity and same visible age and experience upon them as the other.
I'm
There
gonna
is
lean
the
down to Inks and say, and hold out a hand and say, "Do you mind if I squeeze the shit out of your hand while we do this?"
Yeah, she's kind of got a scowl and like 1,000-yard stare, but she'll like lift her hand up.
Mhm. Just
Um,
grip. The squeezing hasn't begun yet, but it's slowly ramping in intensity.
the Eladrin here, after he converses with Chandria, is given the understanding of what's going on. You can tell that there is tension between the two of them, as he does not seem interested in doing this for her,
Yeah.
but does anyway. You do feel that same pull in the same fashion, but this feels more extreme as it sort of threads out from between the fibers of your bones. Um, and as that shield is retracted, you begin to have more and more and more things reappear to you, things that make you feel older than you feel like you ought to be. Um, and you have memories from your childhood that are certainly within the Feywilds. You are hearing conversations and arguments with people you recognize as the voices of your parents with very high and powerful authority figures. You hear dealings with hags. You hear conversations with high, elegant, important summer Eladrin. You also meet with many of them. You have the sensations and memories of people like putting their fingers between your teeth and pulling your hair and examining you very uncomfortably. Um, and you also have the memories of trips to the material plane where you are being taught certain skills. And some of those skills that you are being taught are literally coming from Sal. And this is a different version of Salzo than you've seen before. He's still coldish, he's still cranky, but he is much younger. You see incidences like you mentioned like your broken fingers. You watch nearly the same injury occur to him as he is teaching you like lock tricks and stuff. This person appears to have a much closer relationship to you than you had thought, and also even in the context of like the memories you have of him more recently, it doesn't feel like this is the same person nearly. Um, uh, and in kind of all of that, you also have the memory of being told that you are going to be growing up alone because it is better for you to have this blank slate from which to forge your own identity and become a force of power with whatever court you choose later. And you are literally too young to know that that cannot be true. And looking at it now with your adult mind and your adult eyes, you just feel sick. And
Yeah,
then
the
you have
squeezing
memories return to
intensifies.
you. Yeah. And then you have memories return to you as you get older, as you've hit adolescence and then young adulthood, of other spirits, fayish spirits, approaching you in different means, creeping through your nightmares or whispering to you through the woods, trying to influence your decision to the point where even like fayish monsters that you fought in your youth as you built your strength, um, you are then informed after the fight that those were messengers. They were intent on taking you. Like all of these things. You had a fraught childhood in a double realm that you elected to forget. And the final memory that is restored is one that Hyacinth lightly pried from you ages ago, which is the memory of a Summer Eladrin, a creature in disguise already, pressing his fingers to you to clear some of these thoughts from you entirely.
Yeah, I think Haze's eyes are like open, kind of staring unblinkingly, and then close at the end for a long while. Ah, okay. At this point, remembering to let go of Inks's hand is definitely locked into like a death grip.
She was squeezing just as hard as you were.
Mm.
I'll look up to Chandria and say, I can give you a more informed thank you now.
He nods.
I don't thank you for taking it away, though I suppose I understand. Um, but you offered me the only fair deal as far as I can see. The only one that felt right, at least.
My people make a fantastical deal about what makes a powerful hero, a soldier, a mage. And they think that it all comes down to your blood. Hazel Lynn, without any thought of who she was, still was a creature capable of aiding others in the destruction of the final legs of an ancient empire. They don't know shit in Senelise.
If you are still offering will, I will gladly take it on your behalf. Um, as for what comes next, I still will require the counsel of my people.
She nods. She extends the sword hilt forward to you and says, I will give you what is yours, but I will not be able to give you all of what is mine if I must take my power to somebody else.
That seems more than fair. If I can't be the one to do this, then somebody does. Somebody has to.
She nods.
Glance to the group. Mind if we go tell Mel about this?
Your call.
With your permission, Lady Chandria, we would like to take our leave.
She nods and extends her hand outward towards the door, and you feel the invitation to leave. You do get to take the sword.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think at the moment Haza is holding it, but it is kind of in that like sort of offhanded way where it's just sort of held out to the side. It's probably pretty clear on her face she is furiously thinking. Brow furrow. The second we get out the door, I will glance over to Nettle and say, so how'd I do?
I've seen some people really screw that up. I think you did fine.
Great.
I mean, you have the benefit to the fact that she just kind of likes you.
Yeah, that does feel like it's cheating a little.
I mean, it's good to have powerful people like you, right?
And she looks around at the rest of your group.
It's also deserved. Haza, you're a fantastic fighter, and you do very well. You know your right from wrong. I'm very proud to call you my friend, and I will be by your side on this quest.
Ah,
Yeah, I kind of clocked. There was a lot of glory in that. Lot of heroism. I figured you'd probably want to join. Uh, all right, Nettle. Let's go back to the room, and then you're welcome to probably join us in getting drunk after later on.
oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'll give you a message.
She'll take you back to the shared room, and Inks, you wanted to linger a little bit. What for?
Yeah. She'll follow the group, but then like right when everyone gets to the door, she'll just stop, and linger for a second, and then turn around and say, "Hey, I know you said you don't want it, but someone around here is eventually gonna come for this cloak, and you can let whoever know, you can let whoever does that know that they will die by my hand, not because of my desire to have it, but because it belongs to my people. For as long as I draw breath, I won't let anyone take anything from us again. You can pass that promise along."
Fuck yeah, little dude. She'll stick her fist out for a fist bump.
She'll look like super weirded out and go, "Oh, really?" And then like fist bump.
I meant it. Hazelin is not going to do something that I would not trust her to do. If she says that you are a worthy companion, that you have your head on right, and you have, what the fuck is it, by the way? Like, what is it made of?
Oh,
Is it wool?
uh, I'm not exactly a seamstress. It just makes me and people like me more powerful. But it responds to something in our blood. I'm getting more answers here in a minute. A minute being a long time. Um, but when I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Cool.
Cool.
Keep it up.
Uh, she'll do like a super awkward bow curtsy and then like hurry after the rest of them.
Don't do that.
And then turn to Hayes and say, "Did I just become best friends with your boss?"
Probably.
As you are all kind of leaving, you vaguely hear her say, "Fuck me, like 4 of them in one room? What the hell?" Okay.
Yeah, just has agents all around the Prime Material looking for these fucking things, and we walk in with like most of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, what's up? Oh, these we just found them.
Yeah, these are in the Underdark somewhere, lady.
You sure you guys are? You sure you guys are looking and not just like spending all your money?
Y'all really should keep better track of your things.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is Hyacinth Order doing?
A
Oh
bad
yeah,
job.
I say these things, and everybody's like, "Oh, Torek, you're racist as shit."
Yeah, it turns out Torque was right is the bumper sticker of this campaign. Torque was right.
Unrelated,
There's
but I do have a Magneto.
there's a lot
Tork's
of the
gonna get
like
that emblazoned on Pacarave's barding so that it's right across the ash.
shave it into her
Embroidered.
fur. I mean, Chandria made her point. The people of the old ways are clearly fucking up. Like,
Everyone has shit the bed on this one.
yep. Yep. All right. Yeah, back in your quarters with Mel so you can fill Mel in.
Yeah, that's a long pause. Does anybody else want to, or do do you want me to get it?
I guess you also haven't explained to them the memories you've had restored.
Yeah.
I have no idea why you think we would tell your story.
I know, it's just expediency. Um,
I
I'll
have
give.
also no idea why you think we'd be faster at telling your story.
I will give Mel it's like blow by blow of the events. At multiple points, I will ask Nettle for a more factual accounting, as like my perception just glazed over in various places. Like, but yeah, so that Mel is fully aware of the task that has been asked of me. As for the memories, I think, yeah, I don't I don't see any reason why not. Haza would probably just be completely upfront, not really keeping anything behind. That policy has worked for her so far, and there's no real reason to like deviate just because there's more information. So yeah, I'll recount all of the memories that I was given back.
Yeah. When you get in the room, Mel is sort of like sitting with Pekareva's head still in her lap, writing like in her big tome, and doesn't really like. She looks up to acknowledge you guys coming in, and like every now and again during the story, and when you're done recounting, she just she looks up and says, "Well, I guess that makes some things clear. You doing all right?"
Yeah,
Then
I
I'm
am processing.
Gotcha. That would make sense.
I chose this, but I
Didn't.
I don't regret it, but I regret that it was asked of little me.
Yeah, seems like the circumstance came far before you were able to make an informed decision about what would be best. But glad you're here with all the memories back, I guess. Sorry it took so long, but that's fate, I suppose.
I don't feel any more or less for knowing, really. I guess there is merit in removing that from myself so that I could build an actual person in here and not just a tool. She like wraps her hands on her armor chest.
Well,
Well, it's
was
great to
that
meet the rest of you, Hazelin.
Yeah,
I'm very
and
glad that you
Hazel's
didn't get all your
fine.
memories back and realize you had a way cooler team of friends to go meet back up with.
No,
Cooler than us? I never thought I'd say this, Godric, but you've got a confidence problem.
Godric, you are quite literally
Oh,
the
Ulvius, please don't encourage.
well, like
He's fine.
objectively, you know you're beautiful, right? Like I know everybody's thought it. You know,
Oh, thank you.
have to know. Not well, you're beautiful in a different way.
Oh god. Good save.
Ulvius walks out,
And-
never to be seen again.
So before we go
Drinking?
make it, yes, before we do that, nobody has to make the decision now, but I guess you see what I'm leaning towards doing because it is the right thing to do. Anybody not want to? I understand it's a
well,
lot of bullshit, to be honest, but it's bullshit that somebody has to do.
uh, well, it seems that at least Inks wanted to stay for the trip to, what was it called? The other place. We were talking about it in the bar. Looks like we're, getting there sooner, right?
Sienna or
Senelise?
Yeah.
Senelise, yeah.
Senelise?
But, Uh,
To
Mel just
be,
sort of.
to be clear, before we proceed, I obviously you all are strong. We just did what we did. We know we did it, and we know what it means. Um, but I am not. This is something I don't want to ask you to do for me because I don't think it's worth that kind of risk. If you want to do it, you do it because it could be your own reason or because it's right to do. Doesn't have to be because it's right to do. It just if you have some other reason, that's fine.
I hate to say it, but I do also have someone to report to. And it seems like there is a time constraint. I can stick around and help out for a little bit, but I should really be making my way back to the chapter in Waterdeep.
How long do you intend to stay then?
Uh, she she sort of like looks off into the distance again. How long do you think it would take to? How many people do you think died in that city? Or in the Mythalar? However long it takes to write down all those names. Get them properly
Oh, good. So
cataloged.
we've still got you for a while then.
Oh, no. That's how long I'll probably be in the the the, the chapter. I won't be making it to uh, much further. Oh, and she'll like she'll try and get up and have be stopped by Pegareva and like reach over her head to like pull out the Voyager staff and offer it to somebody. You should probably take this. It's I got my own way out.
Oh, my staff.
So that's you and Torek then.
No. Torek should stay with you all. What do you mean? Gods, no. I would look.
Torek's been pretty clear about almost everything, actually, since the moment we met him.
And I will speak only for myself that his debt has been repaid many times over. He does not deserve to die in a dark stone hall among
Oric
the
is sitting
rest
right here,
of the Scriveners. Yes, I know.
and will make his own decision and let you know.
Well, I'm telling you what your end looks like if you follow me. I'm not going anywhere from there. And if you're worried about debt, you've, saved me more times than I could count. So I'd call it even.
I'll make my own decision, like I said.
I mean, the short of it is you won't be. I mean, I will be cloistered again. You understand this, right?
Yep. I hear what you're saying. It will go into what I'm thinking. I'm not making any decisions right now. I don't know why you're trying to keep arguing this.
All right, so that's two. That's a no and a yes points at Godric, and yes for different reasons points at Inks. Ulvius, what about you?
Well, I'm in, but you need to understand, as has been described, it would seem that the only external reasons to engage in this endeavor are for honor, for glory, or out of obligation. I think I've made it pretty clear I'm not really big on any of those three things. Which leaves
What?
us with the reason why I am doing this. I'm doing it for you, Haza. We're friends. You have a weight to carry. You can say all you want that you don't want people doing it for you, but that's what friends do for each other. That and maybe make a nice cup of tea.
Haza is very visibly tearing up as she sniffs slightly. It says, "I was gonna ask what your retainer fee was."
We can negotiate that later.
Okay,
Obvious just certainly.
can I have some tea?
Already pouring you a second cup.
Yeah.
Already got the sipping cup ready to go after the knockback one goes down.
Well, everyone, it's only early evening in the Fey city and on the mortal plane. What are we doing this evening?
Drinks. Also, there's a show, but drinks.
Show? What's the show?
I don't know, something on a lake.
Yeah, it's something in the
What do you mean
harbor,
something on a lake?
like a light
Wait,
show
are we
of
on a
some
lake?
sort. On an
No.
We're
island.
on an island in the
Yeah,
middle of
it's
the ocean.
the
I
ocean.
thought, yeah, I thought it was an ocean.
Yeah, it's the harbor.
Inks cares.
Ink saw big water, which is
Big
crazy. She
water.
did grow up on a coast city.
I was gonna say her big water is ocean.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Okay, first drinks, then show on the water, whatever the fuck.
Well, drinks, massages,
Okay.
show on the water.
Okay.
Did anybody find anything cool to buy with the gold? that we
There's
now
some
have?
fucking incredible armor that Nick and Knack have.
Oh,
It's
fuck, wait, what?
it's well without. It's I shouldn't have even told you about it.
Yeah,
It's unattainable.
they should have sent a poet.
I didn't hear you.
They should have sent a poet.
Words
It's
are not
just-
my strong suit. I can't describe it.
Wait, Nick
It's also invisible,
here?
so
It's invisible.
you'll just have to see it for yourself.
How can
Oh,
you see it?
oh,
if
you know
it's
what?
invisible?
You know what? There's actually a couple sets of that armor. I have a set of that armor. So if you'd like to pay me for it, I'll happily give you this spectacular invisible armor.
It's
No.
feather light. Don't worry about it. It feels like gossamer.
It's Mithril Light, guys.
He's also got a deed to a farm up the Luskan coast with your name on it.
Ixnay on the arm fay, Haza. That's where I'm going to retire. Well, now that the cat's out of the bag, I guess if you want to negotiate on that too.
I love Volvius so much.
I'm racking my brain trying to remember the name of the oceanfront property in the Anorak Desert.
Hey, take inspiration, Maggie. That was good.
I need to take this fucking armor off first.
God, it's you and
Again.
me both.
I hope you took it off when you took a bath. Oh wait, you put it back on for your
I
meeting.
did. I just put
Yeah,
it back on to get fancy, and now I really need to take my boots off.
Yeah.
Fucking-
Bath.
Drinks,
Oh.
drinks, drinks.
drinks, and
You
then
know we can do those two things at the same time, right? I mean, we're like guests of the person that runs this place.
What brigade?
Nettle. Nettle.
Yes.
Oh shit. I feel like Nettle appears like right next to Hance's
Right.
constantly.
Yeah, like in your
Fucking-
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the Mr. Deeds joke. The fucking oh shit.
You go to swat her like a bug.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Hey, we would like an establishment where we can repose in bath finery while also drinking.
You could
And
do that
also-
here if you wanted, or I could set something up in another
What?
room.
Okay, well
There's
you're
a-
gonna be joining, so what's best?
I like how
I
it's
can
an
set
order
something
and
up here
not
or in another
question.
room.
Okay, what's the other room gonna be?
Oh God. We'll take it here, thanks.
Somebody else make unilateral fucking decisions. I've
Yeah,
had a
right,
lot today. I've made at least two life-changing decisions today.
You've done great. Go take a seat. We'll take care of
Yeah,
this.
somebody else decide
I'm
about
great.
fucking
Hayes is a
refreshments.
commander and can't make
I'm a-
decisions.
Fuck
You don't have to
off.
worry about it right now.
I'm
Just
starting to
bring
question this
alcohol.
chandelier decision making skills.
Oh no.
Oh
I hope she didn't
no.
hear that.
I can make decisions sometimes. It's just
Also, to be fair, she is a lieutenant.
Sure,
Not a
sure,
commander.
sure you can, Haza. You can make decisions anytime you want. Here, drink this
I
tea.
think I'm technically a captain. I drink the tea.
Make him wisdom save.
If you have free will, then don't.
I got
Nettle will bring in some of the residing elven masseuses for the room, so you can have the time to unwind and drink privately. And I will reveal to you the special cocktail list. Let's.
Ooh.
Now, there is a cost associated with some of these because effectively some of these are potion-esque. And it's just because reagent-wise, that is a costly thing. But let's see.
I got money to burn, baby.
Seriously, let's do this. I'm gonna dip into my hyacinth fund.
You're walking around money.
Funny thing, Godric is broke. Godric has absolutely no money.
So the
Am I
wine
gonna
and
have
beer
to
you
give-
guys can drink unendingly, but the Undone Dead, Our Lady's
Oh.
Madness, Featherlight, and the Hands Job and the Social Drinker will all cost money.
Oh god, Undone Dead is brutal.
So can I save the lady's madness for a later time, or do I just drink now and go crazy?
It's up to you.
Oh, perfect.
Also, growing one extra set of arms would be a weird flex for me.
Or me. That's a lot of
Or you.
fists.
Yeah, Undone Dead sounds really funny. What do you
Oh.
put in this?
The social drinker is deeply. I need that. There's gonna be a lot of people sending.
Oh, you know, that's also another good one.
Yeah, there's a lot of Ember Prime S correspondence I need to get done in the next hour.
I instinctively was like, "Oh, I want that," and then I
Yeah.
realized Torek has no one to send to. So
Oh no.
No! God damn. Oh no!
I was just like, "Oh man, that's gonna be so." Oh,
Yeah, I'm just gonna get shithoused on Featherlight and the social drinker.
Yeah, I'm also gonna take the Featherlight, but I can like stock up some for later, right?
I tie a silk rope around my foot.
You
just
can
drag
you
me
can
around.
I will say that for storage purposes, you can take one to
Ah,
go.
Okay,
Oh,
which
then
do I
I'm taking
want?
the social drinker to go too. This is the most important.
I'll
Yeah,
take the
that's why you
hammer
only get
shot.
one.
Yeah. I'd take like 50. I'd do the Ember Prime and just be contacting people every day.
hey, when you're a
Sal.
cleric and you have that spell and you have spell slots at night, why aren't you
I get
sending
it.
to people?
Because I don't have anybody to send to.
Oh.
Prize.
Yeah, no. More, you just have to think of all the people you've met on your journeys. It's just that Torek doesn't care enough to remember them. We've met people. You said the name of the dude from the Golem
Eric's
Factory.
constructs?
Yeah, that dude, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Why am I supposed to know this name? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that undead is awesome.
Yeah, see,
If I
I-
end up being a goblin so much.
that's
I mean,
not
that's
the
one
one
way
that.
out of your curse.
It really is. I was thinking about that.
That's not the one that does it, though. Is it reincarnate or resurrection?
Reincarnate. It'll bring you back as another
Reincarnate,
race.
that gives you a new
Oh.
body.
Yeah,
Oh,
But with
which
a new body, I
might,
won't have the unless I roll goblin again. I won't have the curse.
in theory, we don't know.
It's true
that
in
for sure.
theory. I
Yeah.
could be the first other race with it.
We assume, but I don't know. Okay, how much does 2 social drinkers and a Featherlight cost?
Total of 45.
Hell yeah, that's like all the gold that I have before liquidating the hall that me and Ulvius did.
Also, for those of you who who would have seen the winged giant, like the painting on the display, like for that bar, it's very clearly a very fantastical depiction of Chandri.
Oh wow.
And hence the like also like Our Lady's madness. That's about her.
A lot of flattery.
Yeah.
What's our friend's little name? The servant girl, for lack of a better term.
Jesus.
Is it
She's a
Pixie?
lieutenant. Her name is Metal. Thank you.
Not a servant. She just
Servant
is acting
girl.
like one.
She's a goddamn lieutenant.
Yeah.
She is a lieutenant. Thank you very much.
That is
She's
true.
the
You did
proper
specify
British
that.
on it. Yeah, she wasn't originally, and I just decided in that moment, like, oh, you're gonna be my lieutenant. She's like,
Yeah.
wait, really? And then it was so.
Yeah.
I will have ask Nettle because she's not a serpent.
Also, she's relaxing too.
Yeah, she's here. She's
I
hanging
will
out.
ask her to pour a little bit of wine for all of us into
Mhm.
a cup and pass it around. Once it's been passed around, Inks will say, "I would like to make a toast," and then she'll raise her glass. I just want to say, I don't think it's a secret that I'm not the easiest person to appreciate. I know, like, both internally and externally, I can be a bit abrasive. And she kind of looks at her shoes. I can only imagine it comes from watching people afflicted with the same ailment around me dying every day that makes you learn early on that making friends and being vulnerable is just a precursor to tragedy. And so I got angry. And I took that anger out on everyone around me and alienated everyone who cared about me. Fun fact, I actually joined this group to start taking my anger out on anything I could, and people would see it as productive. I'm not doing this I wasn't doing it out of any form of righteousness. And honestly, when I started, it didn't really matter if what we were doing was good or not. But then we started doing good. And yeah, we were paid, but I like to think that we were doing good for good's sake. Looks at Olbius. And with that, good we were doing, and knowing that I was, to some degree, a cause of all that good, I don't know. Imagine me, an absolute terror of a child who would grow into an adult that never found a problem I couldn't punch my way out of. Now, a force for good. I'm not gonna lie, there have been times I didn't exactly feel a part of this group. Not because you don't appreciate my talents, please, you're practically in awe of me, but because I see you all bonding and I don't think I'm always there for it. And then she starts to like choke up. But to see all of you in secret learning Goblin just to make me feel welcome, there are no words in Goblin or whatever other lame languages you all speak. And she collects herself. Finally, finally, I understand what it's like to have people who really care about you. Anyway, cheers.
Now take your fucking
Inks,
boots off.
Inks,
We
Inks,
all
honey, Inks. I
Yes.
love you. You're great. We are not speaking Goblin right now.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Say that
Yeah.
again.
Why
We
would
all
I speak
knew-
that trash language?
No,
No,
language
we
everyone
all
shut up.
knew
Shut up.
this day would
Say that
come.
again.
We're not speaking Goblin right now.
No, the other part.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There
The part
wasn't
where
any
you called her honey.
No, no,
Oh. Oh.
We gotta figure it out. Hold on.
Does
I
anybody
have no
want
idea.
There it is. I
Yeah,
love
okay.
you too, Patrick.
Blush and the
I didn't,
glow.
I didn't expect it to happen like this, but I've loved you this whole time.
get a room? A different
Speaking
room.
Goblin, are we?
No, it's
No,
No.
no one is.
I don't speak that.
Okay.
I mean,
In
you're
Gnomish,
not speaking Goblin either, Inks. I don't know Goblin.
in Gnomish, Haza says, "I'm not. It's Gnomish."
No, I'm literally speaking Goblin right now, and you're all very clearly understanding me. So
you are speaking
No, you're
common.
speaking
Inks.
Gnomish, I think.
No,
Yeah.
it's common.
no, I don't know Gnomish, and
You're
I
speaking
specifically was speaking
undercommon, I
Goblin
think.
because you were speaking Goblin, and it's like a
We
gift
all
that I was
knew
trying not
this
to.
day would come. We hoped that it would be later, but it seems it has
Yeah.
come much sooner than we all expected. The infection has clearly gotten to Inks's
Restruggling.
brain.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate, but we will make your final days as comfortable and as enjoyable as possible. And Olvius will switch seats so that Inks can sit next to Godric.
Inks, take your shoes off. It's weird to get a massage with a knife boot.
I will float next to Goblin or next to Godric because I drank the thing and I can no longer touch anything.
Yeah, I'm absolutely on the ceiling. Currently, I'm like nose on the ceiling, just sort of like idling.
But it's
Just-
kind of like it's like that cherub on a cloud with their hand in their or their head in their hands.
Little ass up.
Yeah.
Sal says hi, but he didn't actually say hi. I just said it for him.
Just a quick bit of business. Olvius is purchasing one undone dead and pouring it into a wine.
Cool.
Oh,
Cool.
that's a
Yeah,
Don't
good
forget
yeah.
one.
which one.
Yeah, so
Well, that's for Olvius to know.
Mella's buying one undone dead and one social drinker.
All right.
And drinking the social drinker and just sort of looking at the undone dead.
Godric is steadily drinking Fey Plum wine. He does pull from his bag a Emerald Serpent medallion. Does anyone remember what this is? Is this important, or could it be?
I bet
That's
it's
your
in.
trophy from Ularith that he hunted for so he could have a relic from the adventure.
Oh yeah.
That's your ancient
Okay.
treasure from Histhack's tomb.
I bet it still smells like dust bones.
I'm right here.
No, not you. You smell like paper.
That's sweet.
I think I'm drunker for being on the ceiling. I don't think it's a stabilizing influence.
Thinner air up there.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
I just remembered I could have done this without a drink at any time.
Yeah.
I guess it's not good to not have to.
Hey,
Captain, do you need help?
Nope. I think I can levitate myself the other way if I need to.
You
I
need
just do
down?
it. Yeah, just upside down.
Okay.
You just
Elevate.
enjoy yourself. That's an order. Not an order. That's not an order. Just enjoy yourself, please.
She goes and sits on Mel's lap.
Okay,
oh,
enjoy yourself.
hey, what
I mean,
do you
she's just
put?
tiny. She's just sitting on it.
Yeah, what do you put in this, by the way? And she'll like, sort of like, shake the bottle of Undunda.
Well, Hazelyn said I could answer any questions that she could have the answer to. So I don't know.
Oh,
Ah,
Um,
does it really, you know,
Mhm.
kill you?
You die.
Huh?
is it?
Guess that'd be one way to meet the old Fate Spinner.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna do it to just see him for like a day, like an afternoon?
Huh? What? Sorry, one more time.
You gonna do it just to see him for an afternoon, like a social call, but for a
Uh,
god?
Nah, wouldn't want to bug him like that.
Yeah, he'd be probably happy to see you.
Most likely not. Ambivalent at best. That's fine.
I mean, you got the Ulrith Mythalar handled. Some
Il
legend stuff.
We did, and Ilfina did. I tried and couldn't. He's made it clear where he stands.
Yeah, but we couldn't have done it without you. Pretty sure.
I suppose in the grand scheme of things, yeah, but
Torek, cheer her up.
I
oh
tried.
fuck no.
She's
Tried
being
my
all
ass.
frown like. Which is bad because you're gonna leave, and then are never gonna see her again. She's being all sad stuff.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, it is.
Alpheus, do you got tea?
always. Pour Mel a cup of tea. Comforting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
So, how long will you remain with us before you head out?
Well, I mean, it seems like, you might have your, mind made up, Haza. Got everybody gathered after tonight. Report back, and I don't know. If there's any services I can offer you before I go, then I can, but other than that, she
Swimming
shrugs.
through the haze of my brain right now and trying to be tactical. Probably like another. We need to get supplies and make sure we buy stuff we need tomorrow. So, for sure that. And I
Yeah.
also need to get up and drink water and maybe go for a run. Oh, that sounds really nice. So maybe like in the nighttime or the next morning.
So it sounds, Mel, like your intent is to stay with us until we head out on the adventure that Shauna Na is sending us on. What was her name? The tall lady?
Lady
Chandelier.
Chandria.
Hmm.
She's a good one. There's not a lot of good ones, to be honest. A lot of them suck.
Yeah, but around tomorrow, I'll get myself probably back to oh gods. I need to get supplies tomorrow.
Obvious doesn't say anything, but he pours a cup of tea and offers it to Torek.
Oh yeah, yeah. He does not drink. He doesn't really pay attention to it.
Okay, gotcha.
Inks, what time is the show?
Oh, I wasn't expecting to be the planner.
Mm-hmm.
Mel, what time did you say the show was?
I will relay what the
You
person tending bar told me.
you all start to hear like a bit of a commotion coming up from the street, as close as your room literally is to the city, to a city view. Like you can hear people outside, and then you hear like the sounds of fireworks and shit like happening out. And just by like peering outside of the door, you have a view of the ocean, the bay, you have the city, and what is very clearly a pretty like a pretty intricate fireworks display that is being launched from ships that are partly essentially parked out a little bit from into the harbor.
I guess that answers your question. Gods, it's gonna be forever till I got a view like this again. Thanks for transcribing that teleportation circle wrong.
Best compulsion I ever succumbed to. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we can call it a happy accident.
Yeah, I'm just glued to one of the windows at this point.
Until your fly drops.
Yep. Till I just levitate myself back up to where I was.
All right. Is there anything anyone would like to do as the night comes to a close?
If there's an opportunity, I'd like to try and have a private or semi-private conversation with Torek.
All right.
Yeah, shouldn't be hard to find him.
Yeah. Yeah, wherever this occurs, Obvious will approach and say, Torek, listen, I know that you have some serious thinking to do and a hard decision to make. And I'm sorry, but if I'm effective at all, I intend on making that decision harder. You've been a great ally and asset on our journeys together, which is always welcome. But beyond that, you really the only other pragmatist amongst the group. I might not always show it the best way, but I've valued your insight. I've valued your friendship, and I'd hate to lose you. I know you feel you have a considerable debt to Mel. And I won't challenge that at all. I will say that as you exist and interact with other individuals, you create bonds and mutual debts with them as well. And maybe you can weigh some of those against the other. I hope I'll still get to talk to you 2 days from now.
Torek just nods. Yeah, this is kind of weird. Came up with Haza too, but well, never mind. You know what? I was gonna make a "we're not friends" joke, but I don't think that's gonna land here. So you're right about one thing. I got some thinking to do. A lot of thinking to do.
Yeah, and I'd expect nothing less from you, which is why I hope you stick around. I mean, look, it's great fun hanging out with the rest of this crew, but I don't have any real moral code. I don't necessarily believe in right or wrong. I believe you stick with the people who care for you and that you care for. Everything else can go to hell. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to think on it. It makes me feel even better about my choice coming to you and trying to make your decision even harder. Good luck, Torek. Either way.
Sounds like good point for the end of session. We got 2 weeks to do some